everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital era, businesses rely on efficient data management and seamless integration between various systems. SAP ABAP Object-Oriented Programming, OData Services, and Core Data Services CDS views are pivotal in achieving this. SAP ABAP OO enables modeling real-world entities as objects with attributes and behaviors. OData Services uses the Open Data Protocol for seamless data exchange over the web, connecting SAP systems with other applications efficiently. CDS views define data models in the ABAP dictionary, facilitating data consumption and manipulation. Demand for SAP ABAP experts surged 30% last year. Companies depend on SAP for efficiency and innovation. Proficiency in ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS views is vital for maximizing SAP's potential and staying competitive. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know to become a SAP ABAP superstar, from the fundamentals of object-oriented programming to advanced techniques for building robust OData services and creating sophisticated CDS views. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. ABAP Basics, Important Syntax. 2. Function Modules. 3. Debugging Techniques. 4. Tracing and Performance Analysis. 5. OOP Model. Let's dive in.
Our complete course will cover ABAP, OABAP, CDS, Gateway, OData. From ABAP, your knowledge will be assessed from the given assessment form, and I will understand how good or improvement is needed at the topics in ABAP. I will stress more on the topics, and I will try to cover all of them in the ABAP world, only in the ABAP world. And we'll be covering ABAP in 2 to 3 days. Later, we can start OABAP. As you guys know, we have course in the morning and in the evening. Every day, you can ask your questions in the beginning and in the end of the session to have a smooth interaction. Yes, so this is our SAP GUI launchpad, where I hope everybody is having access to the system. So this is S4HANA system, and I try to give my password, and I try to log in it. So I wanted to show on what system you are working on. So for example, system, if you go, and if you go to the status of the respective system, you'll be able to see the username and the transaction code, whichever you are at. Currently you are at home screen. And if you see the product version, so these are all releases of a system. See, so if you are aware of SAP MDG, the system also supports SAP MDG, SAP HR, SAP Gateway, cross applications, bits applications, UI5, everything. So we can see in this way whether and what systems we are following and which version we are at. It's good to know that we are at which version to understand, because every quarter or every frequent quarter, SAP will release the latest version. And the syntaxes, the versions which may vary in the next releases. Okay. I hope you are able to see SAP ABAP basics. Today we will start with SAP basics. I have no rush to hurry in covering the courses, so I will try to take it very slow, and please prepare your questions if you have any. This is like a foundation to us. So as you can see, the basics of SAP say SAP is an ERP. So what is ERP? An ERP is enterprise resource planning, where a company, any company, say be it Coca-Cola, Flipkart, Amazon, or any company, should have an ERP in their system, in their market, to have every transaction very smooth. Say, for example, a product from Flipkart will be in different warehouses all over the India. So they should be maintained, right? Earlier we used to put it in Excel sheets, not Excel sheets, a ledger books. We used to write a date on that, and we used to write, so these items are this many in number, and later maybe one day we will remove a couple of items in that because it is moved to it is sold out, let's say. So that kind of activities used to be done in earlier in the ledger books. So now we are not using ledger books. What we are using? An ERP. Is only an SAP's ERP? No. SAP is one of the ERP. It's one of the top top ERP. We have Oracle, we have JE Edwards. We have a lot of different SAP ERPs. One of the best ERPs, what we are discussing, is SAP. Every module, say currently, there are 100 plus SAP modules, say MM, material management, sales distribution, HR, PP, etc. Every module's backend is ABAP code itself. See, if you are if you are making an action, clicking on a button, and if it is showing a pop-up, some code must be there in the backend, right? It will not automatically do that. Code will not understand what you are expecting until you write it. So SAP, every module backend sees SAP ABAP itself. Yeah, in the S4HANA or ECC world. Say, as I told you, a material or an item are there in different warehouses, and it should be moved via trucks. And whenever there is a transaction, that should be notified to some different person, a warehouse manager, let's say. And if you are distributing the same item to different locations or different customers, then we call it as ST. If you're handling the materials, then we are saying it as material management. And if the sweetest one, HR, SAP HR, it's nothing but, for example, any company's employees should have salaries to be paid. So they cannot, earlier we used to give it in an envelope with a little amount in the envelope, correct? So now, that days are gone now. We are using SAP ERP, so based upon SAP HR. So for example, SAP HR, all your employer, currently you have employee IDs, right? So SAP also will allow us to create SAP employee IDs for a different organization. Based upon that, leave management, travel management, say who is your manager, who is manager for your manager, what is your tree, how many leaves do you have, how frequently do you need to get salary, and all can also be handled by SAP HR. So the same way, but that should be coded, right? So SAP ABAP is a basic one. It's like a stick, that's all. At the bottom of the stick, you can change anything as you like, because SAP ABAP doesn't stand alone. It will pair with any different module. You understand this point, right? SAP ABAP is not standalone. It should be paired with a different module. Please let me know if you haven't understood this point.
Understood.
Nice. Okay. So this is what about SAP. The abbreviation System Applications and Product for Data Processing is the abbreviation for SAP, and was founded in 1972 by 5 different colleagues of IBM. So they have come out from IBM, and they have took a lot of time to create SAP ABAP as the first different syntaxes, and they have built SAP. And all the SAP GUI modules has ABAP code to make it work. What is SAP ABAP? For example, if you are saying SC11, say for example SC80, in the backend, the activities are developed by C, C++, and little of ABAP. What is /4 here? The 4 is 4th generation language. Say in Java or in any different model, if you see, there are keywords which we might not understand. But in SAP, all of them are English-like statements, English-like keywords, like move, delete, insert, append. So it's like more 99% it's related to our English keyword in the English words itself. So that is why we will call it as /4, I think, but fourth generation of language. Okay. So what is SAP R3? Here, there are three different layers which we can speak about. One is presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. If you see here, SAP R3, earlier it used to be R1, and later SAP has understood the business that they understood that SAP R1 is not required, SAP R2 is required. Then they have come with R2, they have separated with they have separated database layer, and they have combined presentation and application layer. And as days goes on, and as they understood the business, they have segregated these three layers into three different parts: presentation and application and database layer. So currently, whenever you need to store any data, you will put it in a database. There will be a database management system where whenever you make a query, say select, that respective details should come up. And here, SAP ABAP Workbench will have, and the presentation where a user will interact with. Yes, as we discussed, ABAP package, it's a repository of objects. What is repository objects? Here, a structure, a data element, a domain, whatever you have in SAP, everything is a repository object. They will have a defined name for whenever you create or you try to access an object. Here, whenever I say an object, you have to understand that either it could be data element, domain, structure, variable, not variable, a data element, a database table, structure, search help, lock objects, everything is a repository object itself. Yes, local package and custom packages. Dictionary is a virtual DB containing metadata, data about the data. So here, if you see the three applications we have and SAP database we have, mostly our work will be happening on the database itself here. So we can also manipulate the data, whichever it is there in the dictionary, with our ABAP code. We are given with that powers that we can manipulate either it in database or it in the presentation layer. Say, for example, a table has first name and last name, ABC and XYZ. So now you have the power to manipulate that data and can show in the presentation layer. Maybe you can add Mr. or Miss. Maybe you can add swap for last name and first name, vice versa. You have given that powers. Whatever the data, if you are showing in the dictionary in a dictionary in a presentation view, that is not development skill. You are just replicating the data, whatever it is there in dictionary, in the presentation layer. That is not the use of developer. The manipulation of data as needed, that is where you call it as a pro developer. Okay, so if you are not aware of, or if you are coming about different transactions every day, so maybe I believe you are also maintaining a book. At the end of that book, please write your transaction codes, whatever we are trying to learn on that day. So that will be a quick access to you. Yes. So as maybe I believe you are aware of SC80 and SC11, and SC16 is also similar to browsing the data, whichever it is there in the dictionary. And also we have SM30 and SM31, where we can also maintain the table maintain generator. We will see it in live in some time. Yes. So if you see here a table, if you see a table here, a table will have a field, say first name, last name, date of birth, gender, blood group, etc. So these are the fields here. But that field should have some meaningful description, right? So that meaningful description will be coming from data element and domain. Now, a question to you guys is, what is the difference between data element and domain? Now a question to you is, yes.
Data element is used to maintain the field labels or description of the fields in the table, and domain is used to maintain the technical properties like data types or length of data.
Okay, nice. And also F4 help can also be given from domain.
Yes.
We can restrict the values from domain. Yes, so if you can see by notes, so what is a field, what is a data element? Data element is an, if you are asked in an interview, we cannot give generic answers, right? If related to technically, there must be some keywords that should be used so that you will be considered as a, will be having good knowledge in the respective topic. So you please check with the meaningful descriptions, meaningful technical keywords for any topic, any keyword that we see. So for example, data element is an atomic unit of data that has precise meaning. It will give a precise meaning for what a field has, a field is. And what is a domain? As somebody said, it's of a technical definition of a table. So since we have domain and data element as said, so SCT will hold, we can restrict the end user with the defined cities itself, not all the cities. I don't want to see all entire cities of the entire world. I want to restrict a couple of cities itself. So whenever if I try to see any non-existing city, that should be thrown an error to make understand the user that he is not allowed to use that city. Yep. Okay. So this is how a domain looks. Say, how do I close this? Yes. So a domain, a short text. So S_city is my domain, and this should be an active state. There are inactive state. There is new state, partially active state, and active state. Correct. So if it is in active state, we can use it. If not, it's in buffer state. Maybe we might not get the latest changes. Okay. So as I said, definition of a domain will try to give, say S_city will accept only characters of 20. It cannot accept beyond 20. And the value range here is we can maintain either it in single columns or it in a value table. We can maintain the, we can restrict the domain with a ranges or with from database with another database table, or else if it is one or two restrictions, we can also maintain individually. Yeah. So this is what I was talking about here. Value table, here I'm maintaining all the restrictions in another database table. If I have 100 cities that should be restricted, I have to maintain in a database table instead in maintaining in a single ranges. So that is why I try to do this. And here, if it is maybe one or two or three values are there, that should be restricted for a class. For a flight, there might be business, first class, and economic classes. Beyond these three classes, there might not be different class, fourth class. So here we are trying to maintain, restrict within the values itself, not in the value table. So if you see here, a data element, data type is S underscore city here. City from city is having city, and we can also maintain predefined type. We can also ignore having domain, and we can also have some predefined types like char, num, integer, float, etc. we have. So we can also maintain predefined types for them for the respective given data element. So this is what we discussed. Yes, and somebody can explain me about this foreign key relationship. Any idea, guys? Guys, any idea?
For a Shruti here, for a foreign key relationship, you need a primary key in the this main table through which you will be joining a foreign key in another table. So this is going to create a relationship between them. Like in your example, you can see the primary key is planet, for example, planet type, and in the another table, planet type exists. So these two tables can have a foreign key relationship since they have two common fields. So if I want to access, like I can access another table using planet type for the information like field date, price, con ID, etc. From this planet type table, and the same info. And if I want to access like seats, max, and all this information from the primary key, that can also be accessed using the same field, which is planet type, plain type.
Yes, yes, very good. So there's one restriction here. If you are not using domain here or data element, and if you are using a predefined type, foreign key relationship will not work. A field, say char ID or whatever the fields in different tables, they should have either domain or data element. If you are having predefined data type, it will throw an error. Okay, that is one point which I wanted to say. You can also try without data element or domain. And so we have different tables like SAP table types, say a transparent table, a cluster table, or a pool table, and an internal table. Internal table is specific for an ABAP program where if I have 100 records in a database table, and if I need to hold those 100 records in my ABAP program, I can only achieve them with using an internal table. Understood, right? So internal table, whenever you declare an internal table, 2 KB is assigned to that. To say if I have ITAB type internal table, whatever the internal table it might be. So it will hold 2 KB. And if you don't refresh or clear that internal table, the 2 KB is still assigned. Yeah. And in HANA, we don't use much with the cluster and pool table. We only use transparent table, but in ECC systems, we used to have transparent cluster and pool tables. Yes, I hope. Okay. So transparent table. So whatever the entry that you see in the SC11, the associated table will be there in the database. For each transparent table, there is one associated table in the database. Say, for example, ZEMP is my database in my DDIC element in the database table. The same associated type with might be a different name, but that will be also created as an associated table in the database. The same way, cluster and the pool table, the association of SC11 and the actual database will vary. Say if the first one, if you see the cluster tables are logical tables that will be assigned. Not exactly. It is like the logical relationship. And if you see pool, the name says as it is. The name, the different tables will be grouped and will be stored in one different table, in database table. Anyway, there is a head bank for needed. It's not needed for cluster and pool table. It is actually we don't use much in the S4 HANA systems. This is made for earlier ECC systems. But just you try to remember that there are a couple of terms like pool and cluster. Okay, so how do you create a structure in from SC11? Any idea? The same, from SC11 itself, we can create the structure and the transparent table. And can somebody tell me what is the difference between a transparent table and a structure table? Like work area, header, structure. Any idea on that? Okay, so a structure and the transparent table. Say my database will have 100 records. As I said, internal table will hold those 100 records in my internal table. And if I need to access, say, 60th record out of 100, I cannot directly go to a transparent table and access 60th record or any number. I have to take it into a different hand. Say your right hand is holding all 100 records. For easiness, you have to give one by one record to your left hand. So your left hand will hold only one record at any given point of time, nothing but a structure. And transparent table can hold multiple 100 records. But to access, you need to move it to a work area or a structure. And from SC11, a transparent table can hold records, data, and structure will not hold any records from SC11 or be it SC11 or be it from a program level. A structure cannot hold, will never hold any single record. It's temporary storage itself. A transparent table, a database table is a permanent one. An internal table one, it's a temporary storage which hold data from the internal table. Any questions on this, please? So if you see SC11 and any database table, there are a couple of keywords like data class, table category, buffering, and log data changes. Any idea on this? Whenever you create a database table, you must be coming for this, right? Like what is data class? Any idea on that? Say transparent table, if it is a master data is nothing but the name says it's a top super data. And transaction data, where you want to make some transactions here from this table to that table, such kind of table is it? Or else organization or customizing data, like system data, like dates, usernames, page numbers.
Company code.
Yes, company code, such kind of system related data. And any idea on a structure called SYST? Any information do you have on a structure called SYST? Okay, SYST is a structure from SC11 which will hold system related data. Say a page number, time, date. There are near 171 fields, I believe, which are there in SYST structure.
Do you mean fields like SY, uname, etc.?
Yes, correct. So we can shortly call with SY or else SYST, both are fine. Yeah, okay, and we have table category here, like what number of, how many number of data records in we can expect in this respective database table, and buffering, like we have, as said, 3 different types of buffering, like single buffering, generic buffering, and full buffering. Please try to understand what a buffering mean with respect to a database table. In general, how frequently you are using a database, that respective database table, we need to give the respective buffering type for that respective database table. And we also have one more option called log data changes, where whoever has created a record in a database table, we can track that. We can track whoever has created that. Can somebody tell me how can I understand who has created a record or who has made any changes? With your SYU name. With,
Yes, right.
with your SYU name, it can be tracked or it can be understood that you have made changes or that is your respective object. Like as I said, we have different data classes, size categories we have, like how many records we can, maximum of we can allow a database table. We have different table categories for the size categories for that. And any idea on substructure, like how do we include a different structure in a database table, like dot include or dot append. Dot include or dot append are nothing but you are enhancing your database table. Say your database table is having 30 fields and you want to add few more fields, but you don't want to disturb the actual fields. Without disturbing any actual fields or actual data of a respective table, you can add your own structure inside that table, so that whenever there is a problem, you can straight away refer to your customized structure. Here, please try to understand what is the difference between dot include and dot append. Please write it down and try to understand what is the difference between dot include and dot append, if in case you are not aware. Yeah. So any doubt, any idea on views? How do we create a view?
It is used by combining two or
So we have 4 types of views, like database view, projection, search help, and maintenance views. This also can be created from SC11 itself. So it's like virtually we can create without any involvement of a developer. We can merge, we can mix and merge 2 different or multiple database tables, and we can also create a selection screen for that. So mostly functional people who can also straight away access or create a view with some simple conditions. They don't need to reach us if there is high manipulation is required. If there is just less manipulation is required, and if there is combining of 2 or more tables, if that is the only purpose, then a functional person who doesn't have any knowledge on ABAP development can also do that. It's a virtual one. It's a virtual one. Okay. Please try to understand. Also, please, along with the dot include and dot append, please try to understand what are the differences between different views, like database view. We have projection view. We have search help view, and we also have maintenance view. That is actually required to gauge your knowledge with respect to views. We have to understand what are the differences between why we have 4 views and what are the differences between them. Please try to make a note on that and have some knowledge on that. Yes?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. So search help, what is search help? We have search help, something like elementary search help and collective search help, where search help can be provided for any parameter or for anywhere we can give a search help. A customized search help, like referring to one database table, is elementary. Mixing 2 different tables and providing F4 on top of that is nothing but collective search help. Yeah. And SC11 and SC16. SC11, you can also see fields inside that and the data types and domains of that. And you don't want to see them and just want to are focused on seeing the content. And you can use SC16. Both should be good. Yes. So we can also in ALV. What is ALV? Maybe probably you are aware of that. It's a more focused alignment of like what we call as list viewer, ABAP list viewer, where the content can be seen in a more organized way. We can also have some predefined functions like some ascending, make it in ascending order, descending order, merge, sort. That kind of activities can also be achieved if it is from ALV. So this is what is a selection screen here. A selection screen is nothing but a user can interact with either a database table or a program. If he wants to give some input, then we call it as a selection screen. If he wants to give here in the screen, if you see, a user can give airline carrier or else some date, some time he can give. So this is nothing but a selection screen here, right? These are some settings from SE11. Whenever you see a database table, you can understand how.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a doubt. What is the difference between SE16 and SE16N transaction? Like I know SE16N is for table display, and like you mentioned right now, SE16 also almost is same, right? But what is the difference between them then?
The fields, you can directly see the contents of it. And SE11, you will see, you'll be able to see the data elements, domains, fields.
No, SE16 and SE16N.
SE16N.
Yes.
We are not using that transaction currently. It's outdated one.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are some settings like the format, sorting, how do you want to see the data, maybe some technical field name or meaningful name. So you can, there are a couple of settings, you can explore them from SE11. And we have one topic called what is message class. Anybody, any idea on what a message class is? Transaction code for that?
SE91.
And what is SE93? Okay. So please try that. What SE93 stands for. And so message class is nothing but.
Okay. It maintains T codes. It is for T code, right?
Correct. So here the message class, if you want to interact with the end user, be it success message, information or warning, different kind of messages, if you want to interact with the end user based upon his activities, we can track that. So whenever you whenever you open or any action in SE11, or let's say be it in SE11, you will be in the down, you will see, we will be seeing, it will show that a table has been created. So if it is possible to SAP, it is also possible to us that we can also create, we can also customize messages in our ABAP reports, for example. And any idea on what is placeholder?
No.
Okay. A placeholder is nothing but, for example, how do I say? Okay. For example, if a user has created 10 records with his report program, user has created 10 records in a database table. Now, I want to show a message saying table is created. That is fine. It is a static one, correct? Whenever you go to SE91 and you maintain, say, table is created, that is fine. But user also want to see now, table is created with 10 entries if he has chosen 10 entries. With 50 entry, the number 50 or 10 or whatever it is, that should change dynamically based upon the action. So a placeholder is nothing but a user-defined number which changes dynamically. We call it as placeholders. Like ampersand, you are aware in a message class? In a message class, are you aware of is ampersand?
No.
Okay, so my message ampersand is nothing but, for example, table is created with ampersand records. That ampersand is nothing but a placeholder here. So whatever the number, be it 10, 50, 30, number 1, 5, 10, whatever the number it is, this ampersand will hold the place, is nothing but it will behave like a placeholder, where we are telling to ABAP system that this ampersand is nothing but a placeholder which will be changed as per the user selection. So table is created, that is static, with ampersand records. That ampersand is a placeholder here. Okay. Anyway, we'll whenever we try to create a program and we try to see, I will try to show message class in the live. Like as we discussed, SC91 is the transaction code for that. So this is a message ID here. We'll have how many, a message class can accept how many messages? A message class can accept how many messages? There is a limit here. How much is that? 999. 999 is the limit. This is a test message. So the next session is for the syntaxes which we are going to use, some basic syntaxes. And apart from that, we have a disclaimer, like as I said, the images, examples and all are for information purpose itself. So what is a variable? A variable is a temporary storage in the programmatical level, like a first name or last name. We have some naming conventions for that. So a variable will hold a temporary data object which in the programmatical way. Later, once we are out of the program, a variable will hold nothing. Yeah, and to clear or to clear a variable, temporary variable, we have clear as the keyword. I'm just brushing you up some basic skills. There's a clear keyword called clear, which would clear the data, whatever it is there in a variable. Yeah. Like as you are aware, the syntax, I hope you are aware of the syntax. Data is the keyword, and here say F or LV underscore first name or last name is the variable name. And what is the what type of it? What type is it? It is a
int.
Okay. Int or character, whatever it is. So based upon the need. So this is the line whichever we use. And value is, any idea on value? Val?
It can be, if it is a this integer, it can be 5.
Yeah. So we can default it. We can default this variable. We can default this variable with the value or whatever whatever we have here. Okay. So variable we have, and John is, for example, I use John here. So this variable will hold John as the temporary and default value. We can override it if it is needed, but default it is, we can make sure. And value is an optional one. You can use or you don't use. It's up to you. Yeah, as are aware of the internal tables, it will hold plenty of records, and structure will hold single record itself. And please make note down of this differences between standard, sorted, and hash tables, internal tables. When to use standard and when to use sorted and when to use hash table. Please make sure you are aware of these 3 different types of different tables. Okay, so with here I will try to stop this. Yeah, this complete declaring an internal table from here, from this point, from this slide, we will try to continue in the evening session. Okay, so it's any questions do we have so far?
No. No.
No.
Okay. So
one question about internal table. In the assessment which we had completed before, it was written that we can create an internal table without work area. Could you could you help with that?
Yes, we'll do that in the program. Whenever I open the system, I will try to show it.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is even this is if you see here, this is an internal table without a work area. So this is an internal table, right? It's a table 10. I have segregated.
And what if it's not a standard table?
What if it is not a standard table? Even for sorted or hash table, we can segregate, we can differentiate the work area and an internal table, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So anyone tried creating S11 data elements domains to see? And I also asked a couple of questions, right, to check. Did anyone get a chance to see them? The difference between data element and domain, different types of internal tables. Any chance? Any luck? Okay. Yeah, please try to see it by tomorrow morning. Okay. So earlier in ECC world, we used to have occurs zero statement. Anybody, any idea on that? A keyword called occurs zero. OCCURS. Any idea on that? Grace, any idea on that? So occurs zero is a similar.
It just, I think, Shruti, it just means that the internal table will have 0 records initially, right?
No, occur zero doesn't mean, but you're partially correct. It's for creation of an internal table with header. Currently, everywhere SAP accepts without internal table, without work area itself. But earlier we used to create internal table and work area in a single line with help of occur zero statement. Occur zero doesn't mean it will have 0 records, but it's like a initialization of internal table. Anyway, it is also deprecated. We are not using that because there are a couple of performance issues. Because if you are merging and if you're separating, there must be some edge on the performance issues, right? So that is the reason. So from there, currently, even if you try to use occurs zero statement in your program, SAP will not throw any error. But whenever you try to release the transport, from one system to another system, you will get ATC checks. Like it's boarding into train. You happily board the train and you reach the destination. By any chance, if you have taken wrong compartment, at the destination point, TC will check it, right? And you will reach your destination, but at the end of the point, TC will check your and will let you know if it is a wrong compartment, correct? The same way, SAP will accept all your deprecated changes as well, but while releasing the transport from one system to another system, you will get ATC checks, something called as ATC. We'll also discuss about that, but yeah, since we are discussing about that, I'm telling it to you. So without clearing those ATC checks, we will not be able to release our transport. I hope I'm clear with that. So now, how good are you in creating an internal table without a work area? How good are you in that? Have you guys created anything like that without work area? Okay, that's nice. So what is the transaction code for creating a report?
SC38.
Okay. So is there any abbreviation for this SC? Probably we can understand it like SAP editor. Yeah, but there won't be any such great meaning, but to our understand, we can assume that SAP and editor in that way. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me take number 1. Sanjali Sanap, you please take number 2. What I try to do is 02 underscore first program. This is your identification. Create. So if you see, these are the attributes, the attribute screen, where you need to give a title for that, explaining the description of that, and this is the original language, and this is the creation date. And if somebody is changing my report, I can also see who has changed and when, and the type of the program. And slowly we can also see the rest of the attributes. Okay, so first report, and this is my executable program. Yes, it is asking me for a package name here, correct? So what I try to do is I want to create a package now. Instead of I need to open a transaction code, right? So I can go from here, and if you see these 3 lines, it's nothing but you can open any new window or close that window as well. So what is the package name? T code for package?
SC21.
Okay. So Z01 underscore beacon, let's say. I'm not sure whether we have access. Yes, we have access, I guess. This is my package. This is 01's package, not everybody's. So you please try to put all your content, all your objects in your package itself. So home package, and this home, transport layer, super package, application component will be given by SAP basis colleagues. Okay, so currently it is in home. I will try to create a transport request. See, this is the create request. Okay, first report here and target. I told you, right, there must be a link between this our system called S4H and the target production system. Whenever you release a transport, you should reach to that system. We have to maintain them. So basis colleagues will be doing that. Once that is configured, we can also see target. So if I see F4 here, currently there are no F4, there is no F4 help. Currently there is no F4 help, but if it is given, it will, once we release, it will try to reach through the target system. So this is my unique number, and starting with S4 has the system name. And I have created the package name now. Z01 beacon is my package name, and I try to give that. So earlier, what I was telling you is, for example, iTab. I actually forgot the syntax for the deprecated one. Occurs 0. Something like that, that will be there. It's deprecated, I don't remember exactly. So now what we try to do is, we are trying to separate that work area and the internal table. Okay. So this is our agenda now. Type statement, say ty underscore itab, ty underscore itab, begin of ty underscore itab, fname tab caten, name type caten. What are this fname and lname here for this internal table type? I will just show some variation to create a field here. Currently we have two types of declarations, comments we can make in any program. Anywhere in SAP we can make comments in two different ways. Can somebody tell me what are the uses of commenting, giving comments in the program? Anybody?
It will make it will make the other developer's job easy if he's editing or making some changes to the code to understand the code for better.
Yes, correct. So how many types of comments we can make? There are two types. What are they?
One is with the double quotes, and one is with the star, like the this. Yeah.
Yes. So one is inline declarations with in the line declarations, and external declarations with giving the star. Okay, so here what I'm trying to do is, this is table type without work area. Without work area. This ty, you can understand like that is a table type now. Table type will never have a work area and internal table together. So this for this ty itab, what I'm trying to do, data itab type ty underscore itab. Now this will be what? Now ty itab will be what? itab will be an internal table or a table type.
Yes.
No, itab will be a table type or an internal table. What is that now? Here, ty underscore itab is straight away referring. Itab is straight away referring to ty itab. Itab name is giving like it is internal table, but that is not an internal table. Here, unless we give type table of, if we give, then it is an itab is an internal table. So now what is the usage of internal table? What is the usage of an internal table now? If you see here, internal table, the name itself says that a table generally, in English terms, a table will hold a lot of records, correct? And the name work area, generally, if we try to understand in a little way, work area, it's an area to you to work, and later you have to clear that. It's a kids area. You have to play, you have to clean, and you have to make it normal after you have played. The same way. So internal table will hold a lot of records. Okay. Okay. So now you are aware of this /n and /o. /n is to close the current transaction, and /o is to open the new transaction. And along with that, if you see wherever you see this three lines, you can also create or stop the transaction, new GUI window or stop the transaction. Okay, so /n S11 01. I can create my own customized table. Instead of that, since you are aware of how to create a custom table, we will try to see a little step ahead with different tables. Some tables which we use. Anybody, any idea on these tables? VBAK?
Yeah, this tables for sales, right?
Sales. So now, do you have any idea on the sales life cycle? If you see here, sales and distribution life cycle in SAP. For example, randomly we will take one. Okay. So here, if you see the life cycle here, delivery, outbound, transportation, goods pickup, issuing goods, billing, processing payment, rising sales order. For each and every option button here, there are a lot of backend tables. Okay. So currently we are just seeing one of the table here, like VBAK or VBAP. HR lifecycle in SAP, if you see, maybe you will try to correlate here if I show HR business. Okay, maybe imagine, see here you have some assignments, you have some cost center, right? Whenever you are into a project, you will have some cost center name, number, you are having some identity, you are having some roles, right? So for every option here, there are backend tables as well in order to proceed. The same way, we will have VBAK as a table. This is what I'm just telling you about, a sample from sales itself. In the same way, we have material management, HR, SAP PP, SAP MM, SAP CRM, SAP SRM. There are a lot of life cycles we have, and I'm just taking one. And if you see here, how many fields are there in this VBAK table now? How many fields are there in VBAK? Here, 246 entries are there. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you see the contents of this, say this is selection screen now, I can choose, for example, the necessary sales document, or else if I don't want, I can restrict to 500. Okay, so here for user parameters, I want to see this one, and this subme, LIFSK, FAKS, they are technically too technical to me. So I want to use field label itself, and I want to use AL grid display. So if you see here now, they have changed to the meaningful descriptions, which I can easily understand. So now what I try to do, I'll try to make a select query on this. I want to get some entries. Okay. Now, any idea on the events that we have in a report? There are a couple of events, right? What are those events? Please make correct. So there is an order for that. There is an order for these events. Please, whenever I ask you to make a note of it and try to understand, please create separate page for that to create some kind of questions, which will be helpful for you to understand. And it's better if you try to find the answers for that. And also a separate page for the new transaction codes, whichever we see in our class. So this is the start of selection is the event. Just to segregate, I am trying to put. And here, if you see, there is some line is coming right in the top, and if you give tab there, it will try to automatically suggest you the line. Okay. And even whenever you try to type in our S4HANA system, since this is advanced, it will give you suggestions as well, like say TYPES is a suggestion it is given, and if you give tab on that, it will try to take it. But what I recommend you is, since you are at the beginning stage, please don't try to use auto suggestions. You try to manually type it. Okay. Yeah. So what I try to do is select, say, let's say for time saving, I do star. Ideally, we don't do star. Why? What is star here?
All entries.
All the entries, or all relevant entries also will come in. Like 246 entries we have seen, right? 246 fields, everything. I don't need all of them if it is the chance. So maybe for time saving purpose, I am giving star, but maybe probably you can give all your relevant fields here. And select star from VBAK. Just to make it understandable, I am trying to separating it into table. Which table here? I need to give an internal table. Which internal table do I need to give?
ITAB.
I can give. Yeah, I can give an internal ITAB as the name, and there must be a selection screen options also, like where VBELN in S_VBELN. And here what I'm trying to do you have idea on select options?
Yes.
Select options for VBAK-VBELN. So your voice is not that clear, but I think you have said it right. We need to declare it with table statement. Okay, the problem here is what we are trying to see. Here I'm trying to hit VBAK table, and here I gave some customized entries like a first name, last name, and gender.
Yes.
Yep. So that is why if you try to see control syntax check, it is trying to say ITAB is not long enough. Here, syntactically there are only 3 fields in the declaration, and you are giving star here. So what should happen to remaining 243 fields? Is a syntax error now. Okay, so probably I think I can comment this. I can comment here and data ITAB type table of VBAK I have given. Okay, so this is for your understanding, and this one, Pretty Printer, you are aware of it, right? Pretty Printer is just to beautify your source code. So here what I try to do, thank you, ITAB, and any idea on this colon? Colon is used to create multiple declarations with a single data keyword. If I try to give here, say, some RR type table of VBAP, it will accept now, no syntax errors. And if I try to remove this colons, it is asking us to give colon here, because colon will accept multiple lines, multiple declarations anywhere. No, it is not restricted to an internal table. Whenever you declare anything, that is the usage of the colon statement. Okay, so here this is what happened now. So now we have all the entries in ITAB, and I can choose whatever the user has given. Say he has given some 1. So the respective VBAK of VBELN's 1 entry will be coming up. I hope I'm clear. Please let me know if I need to repeat it. See, write statement. See, as I told you, type table of VBAK to process. In my ITAB, I might have thousands of entries, and I wanted to take it into work area. Correct. So currently the work area is needed now. So what I try to do, ITAB work area type of VBA. Anybody out of all the participants, if I'm going fast, please let me know. And this declarations part and all, please make sure you understood. If you want me to repeat it again, I'm good with repeating it again, please. You want me to repeat it?
No.
No.
Okay. So what I'm trying to do, since I might have in my internal table, I might have thousands of entries. I am trying to loop at iTab into work area, and I try to do work area hyphen VBELN work area hyphen ERDAT. There are fields here which I remember, say for example ERNAM. Also I try to do dot. Is it with end loop? Yes. I will do petty printer, and I will try to do a syntax check, syntax free, and I need to activate this to change the status. It is in active state. S underscore VBELN. There are no values. Why there are no values? It should be there, right? Okay, no problem. Anyway, with that, 3974. See, 3974, date and a name. We are trying to show it up. Here, there are some color options as well. Some color 4 if I try to give, and if I try to activate that. See, there is some color option here. We can customize the colors as well. And any idea on text symbols? Text elements? Selection text? Okay, not a problem. So S underscore VBELN, for example, if I try to VBELN, user might not understand that. VBELN is a technical name to him. So what I try to do, I try to give a meaningful name here. And if I try to execute this, see, a meaningful name has come. So that is the usage of a sales text elements or selection text.
Like you showed how you change the color of the, color to blue, I think, the background color. If you want to change the font color, how to do that?
Font is not possible here.
Okay.
I think Italica. No, I think it is not possible. If you do control space, it will try to give all the possible and allowed suggestions. If you see here, maybe if, for example, out of my scope, if I don't have seen the latest changes in the latest version, I will definitely do this control space. Correctly. In the next version, some other new options might also come, right? Maybe some bold and all. So I will try to do this. If you see here, I don't think intensified, inverse, no gap, style. I think it is not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is how our generic first program. Okay. Yeah. So I was talking about how do we separate a work area and an internal table, right? Currently, in the morning, we have discussed that there are three different internal tables, right? What are they?
Full table, cluster table.
There's a voice break. Please repeat it again.
Pool tables, cluster tables,
Full table,
transparent tables.
Transparent table.
That is tables.
Oh, sorry. Hash table, sorted table.
Okay.
Yes. Hash table.
Hash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hash table, sorted table. Yeah.
The one which you standard table. Okay, understood. The one which you told earlier, some time back, it is related to table, a dictionary, DDIC, and this one is an internal table. Okay, probably you have corrected it yourself. And if I try in the program which I have mentioned, type table of, I didn't give standard, sorted or hashed. So the default is standard itself. Default is standard itself. If I don't give anything.
Standard table.
Yeah, standard table is the default one. Yeah, I was talking about occur zero statement, right? It is right behind in front of my eye itself. So let's see data type T employee occur zero. This is an old syntax, and here we are having 4 later version. This is a new syntax here. This initial size 0 and all, it is not required. Yeah. So if you try to see, maybe probably you will have access to all these PPTs, I believe. And in the same way, like we have seen first name and last name here, right? We can also refer to a structure. Say, my internal table is a giant table with which holds different entries, types, begin of, ty all. End of, ty all. Type VBAK, str2 type VBAP. Yeah. So now, any idea what is this ty all now? What is ty all now? It is a table type. How many entries does it can it hold now? How many fields will be there in this ty all table type? Not two. VBAK, how many entries are there in VBAK? How many fields are there? Some 236, some 200 in place. And this will hold 200 fields, assume. So this ty all will have this 436 fields will be there now. Not this size. Ty all is having two tables, but ultimately you can make a select query in such a way that your ty all can hold entries, fields from VBAK and VBAP. If you see here, struct1 of type sflight. Let's say sflight is having 100 fields. This ts flight will have 100 fields. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. As we are talking about table type and work area, so table entries cannot be accessed directly. You have to take it from your right hand to left hand, and your left hand will hold only one entry at any point of time. And I remember one line here. Here I am done with my iTab and I want to clear it. How do I clear the entries? As I told you in the beginning, right? iTab, if it declare, it will hold some memory. Unnecessarily, we are eating some memory. How do I clear it now?
Using clear.
Clear will clear only the work area entries. Okay. Refresh. iTab, refresh iTab, and clear work area. Probably, if I refresh iTab, Sanchali, I was talking about Sanchali, right? In the first name. This question is to you. If I try to put a refresh iTab here at line number 37, what are the consequences? Anybody can say? What if we put refresh iTab at 37 line? What will happen? Okay. Who said refresh refresh should be used to clear the entries of iTab?
No, sir. It was free.
No, free. Free is to clear the memory.
It would initialize it to 0.
Yes, refresh will initialize it to 0. Now my actual question is, if I try to put refresh iTab here at line number 37, what will happen? Any idea on that? Okay. The select query, what will it do? iTab will hold records, right? Let me show in the debugger. I will try to activate. For the debugger, the state must be active itself, and I will click here to some breakpoint, and I'll try to execute this. And I try to execute. I did F8, nothing but execute. See, execute is a shortcut key. Anyway, we'll try to go thoroughly with the debugger, but since I have seen refresh, the keyword which is confusing to you, I try to explain. I try to go to the next statement. See, if you see here, iTab is holding how many entries? 6,000 entries are there. Imagine, see, VBL and ERDAT, and if I go in like this, there are a lot of entries, 6,000 entries are there. See, this is 3,889th record, 90th record, 91st record. And now what is happening is, I told you, right, refresh will clear the internal table, initializes. If I try to do it now, it has refreshed. Now if I try to execute, if I try to execute the next step, it didn't go to the loop statement itself because iTab is 0. If iTab entries are 0, why does the compiler go inside to the loop statement? There is no need, right? And if I try to execute here, it showed nothing. So this is how the debugger uses. So at seeing the line from the top to bottom, if you see, refresh iTab shouldn't be here. Now you understood?
Yes.
Yeah. So refresh shouldn't be used before, once we are done with the usage of the internal table itself, then only we have to clear it. And here, you can also put work area, clearing the work area should be good. Clear work area can be done here, because all the time, whenever a loop happens, iTab work area should have fresh records, right? Whenever the user processor did something, if he executes a lot of times, there are some times where work area will hold the old records. So to avoid them, what I try to do, I try to clear work area. I'm not clearing internal table, I'm trying to clear the work area. It won't be a problem because iTab will iterate, and the work area should have only the fresh record. Okay, so this is what we discussed. Accessing individual entries. Yes, so now, okay, since you have not seen the difference between the internal tables, sorted table will automatically sort the entries of an internal table. Unlike a standard table should be sorted explicitly. And sorted table is no need of sorting it again, because sorted table itself will sort the internal table entries automatically. One general disclaimer here, even though if you have used a sorted table type and again you have sorted it again, it will go for dump. Please repeat it again. Please, if somebody has understood, please say it again. Nobody has understood. Okay. This program is using standard table, right? The default table is standard table. And if I need to sort it, if I need to sort the entries whichever it is there in iTab, Okay. After select query, what I'm trying to do, sort, I tab, ascending. Okay. Ascending. So this is my explicit statement. I'm trying to sort I tab explicitly. Whereas if the table is sorted, then no need of this sort statement again. Is it clear now?
Yes.
There are a couple of uses with different table types like sorted and hashed. When to use what? Please check it. There's a hash table. When do we use? If we have a lot of records, which one to use? That kind of differences will be there in the hashed and sorted and standard table types. Yes. Now, can somebody tell me what is SQL?
Structured query language.
Okay, used for?
Database manipulation, updation.
Access. Okay. Now, generally we have SQL. There are a lot of SQL statements without SAP or outside of SAP world. There are a lot of SQL statements, but not all statements are incorporated into SAP SQL. Okay, and there are two types of SQLs. One is native SQL and one is OpenSQL. Correct? Any you heard about this native and OpenSQLs? So native SQL is an old SQL where if you want to access the database at kernel level is beyond DDIC, very closer to the very closer to the database. We'll see DDIC as well. We will see native SQL as well, but currently we will talk about OpenSQL. OpenSQL is the SQL used by SAP to access its database. Irrespective of any database, be it S4HANA database, Oracle database, MaxDB database, any database it could be. A developer can write and can use same lines of code while developing irrespective of any database. Understood, right? Irrespective of any database, yes, OpenSQL will work. And native SQL is not like that. Based upon the MaxDB, based upon the database that you use, native SQL lines will change. I hope it is clear.
Yes.
Okay. Heard about insert statement?
Yes.
Yes, it will insert the data.
Okay. So like we discussed, if insert to a database table from a work area only. This is from an internal table. I think there is a key line to insert an internal table straight away. Also, I think, but here in this screenshot, we are appending some entries into a work area. WA is for work area, and we are trying to insert new elements into the database table. Here the database table is Z customers 1. This is large building, we will see. We were talking about system variables, right? What is system variables? In the morning we have discussed.
SY uname,
SY uname,
yeah.
SY datum.
So it is in structure of what? It should be in a structure, right? Somebody in the morning.
SYST.
Yes, SYST. System fields, and this is the structure, and this is the short description for that. See, if you see here, for example, if I try to do uname, see, whoever is logged in Based upon that, if you see, your name will be seen, right, if you try to log in. So SYU name will be used to hold that. And please try to access our S4H system to start your assignments, or else there are some lab activities, right, in the dashboard. You can try whenever we have completed any module, you can straight away log into the material section and you can see your lab activities based upon the module. For example, today our module 2 we have completed just now, where we have discussed about internal tables. The same way, in a similar fashion, I have also given a lab assignment where I will be asking you to do some activities based upon these internal tables. If you try to do that, you will be good in that respective module. Even you are aware of that, please try to use that. Please try to use lab activities. So we have seen reports and we will be seeing function modules now. Any idea on function modules? Okay. So in the,
Yes.
you are aware of it, right? Yeah,
Yes,
I hear it.
yes.
I hear you now. Okay. So please tell me what is the usage of function modules?
Programs that contain a set of reusable statements with importing, exporting parameters.
Okay. I understood that you are aware of function modules, but whenever you are asked what is a function module, you please try to use a word called modularization technique. Modularization technique is the word you have to use. And you can place your statements in between, but this statement, this keyword will be used a lot to make other person easier. So here, yeah, we have seen selection screens for report. So what is selection screen? We are allowing the user to give his input. Currently, in our report, we have tried to see with the select options keyword, what did I try to do? Okay, I try to execute this. This is a selection screen now. I'm allowing user to give some input here rather than seeing and executing all of the entries of VBAK. So that is a selection screen. Okay, you can write, make a note of it, make note of all these program names. 02 I have used, right? I'm trying to rename it to 01. I have just renamed from 02 to 01. Now, second program. Create second program with 7.4 syntax. 7.4 is the version. So this is beacon package, and I'm trying to save it here. I can give 0, 1 here, and I can say star. Any idea on this? I can see all
Yes,
my
you can
all my
search.
programs. That is why I asked you to follow the naming convention here, Z01 number. Okay, so 01 and 01 first program. Now if you see, we have declared a table type, we have declared a work area, we have declared an internal table, and we have declared, we have used the type tab here at select query, correct? Now what I'm trying to do, I'll try to use the same code to show you the differences. Tables, okay. Start of selection, select, select, star from VBAK into table.
Inline declaration.
Inline
Yeah, with the @
Nice. So if you compare, probably I understood that you are aware of inline declarations. So
Yes.
if I try to compare the program, first program, see here we have tried to use the inline declarations here in the left side, and we try to minimize, we try to remove the declarations part here. These 4 lines and these 2 lines. I have saved 6 lines now.
Yes.
So this is nothing but inline declarations. Now that is not the only difference with 7.4. There are a lot. We will see. Now, what is the function module name for a grid display?
We use the grid display.
Okay, so probably you are aware, right? How to use them.
Yes.
Is there anybody that I need to
Yes.
show how to? It's not required, right?
No. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So ALV reports, like as we said, ALV grid and ALV list. Do you know how to use the parameters in the calling program? Say, say this is my function module name. In the parameter section, importing and exporting and table section, do you know how to call this T underscore out tab? Do you know how to use field catalogs?
Use as in the program, right?
In the program.
Yeah.
Like how to use this parameter, how to use tables parameters in your calling program. Calling program
Yes.
meaning
Like example, you're just saying that how to, like, what to mention the T underscore out tab in the function when it will display, right, the internal table and all.
So how do you call the function module now? Here in the report.
Go to pattern.
Pattern.
Okay.
pattern.
Understood. Okay. So now what is the difference between a normal function module and RFC enabled function module? What is RFC?
RFC is a connection that you create, right, between a SAP system to SAP or non-SAP system to SAP.
RFCs are for only SAP systems.
Okay.
Anyway, it won't be a problem, but it's good. RFC abbreviates that remote enabled function calls. And what is the transaction code for this? SM59. Not SE37, it is SM59.
It is for function module.
SE37 is for function models and SM37 is for report job state dealing. But anyway, RFCs are for SM59 is a transaction code for that. Probably if you are aware, I will not touch them. Should I give a glance on that or should I skip that?
Could you just show the RFC one which you mentioned?
Yeah, this is the RFC connections. Like
Okay,
yeah, there are a lot of, I think some 5 to 6 types of connections will be there, the types. Say, for example, ABAP connections. See, if you see here, randomly I try to go ABAP CLND 100. Here, I generally give target host here. Target host meaning properties, see application server number is, we have application server number. Yeah, that's all. So that connection will be used for the respective system. For example, I have one system called ABC. it might have some number, right? Which I have shown now. So target host and instance number should be also maintained. So this system is for head system and ABC system can communicate. And if you want to mention some security that nobody, whoever is having authorization, we can also mention it here. And we can also make a connection test here, like if it is actually working or not. There will be ping. Ping will be considered, will be gone from S4H to ABC system. And if ping reaches successfully and comes back, the connection is working fine. And if you see connection test here, and if you see, there are no red marks, right? So connection is good here. And if you try to remote log on, see, it is trying to ask for, it's trying to connect to S4H system itself, but it's trying for credentials again. Similarly, in a similar fashion, we can also try to reach to the another different system as well, but within SAP world. And how do you communicate with the non-SAP systems? This is for RFCs, nothing but for within SAP world. How do you communicate your output of a VBAK to another system, another non-SAP system, using BAPIS? There is something called as BAPIS. BAPIS will be used to send your data from SAP to non-SAP system, and also BAPI will accept non-SAP system data as well. Okay, yeah, we will try to go to the next slide. Like I told you, selection screens for report. One quick question, what is the use of selection text in a report? There is an option called selection text. What is the use of that?
Do you mean in the text symbols?
Yes.
Or it will replace the previous name and it will take the whichever name we give to that particular text symbol.
To make the user understand and avoiding the technical names.
Yes, right.
Okay, yeah, so luckily we see a screen order of the events here, and initialization, and the last interactive events at line selection, at user command, at PF, etc. So now a quick question to everyone. When do you use initialization event? The name itself says that. Now you can tell me. What is the... Yeah, please say it again.
Initialize the code.
Not the code. Initialization. Initialize the variables.
Yes, variables.
Yeah. So you have to use this, maybe probably in deep of your mind, you might have thought about a variable, but you have to use such keywords like initialization of a variable. Okay. Yeah. So for example, when what place, for example, whenever you write it, whenever you execute a report, you have to you have a requirement where you need to show hello and the username. Whenever I execute this report, where is my report? I have a report, right? And C38. Say this is my first report. Here, in the bottom here, I need to show hello and the username. Which event do you use now?
End of page.
Not end of page.
Sorry, this.
Okay, I will show you the PPT. Probably you might not remember for now, but from tomorrow you have to remember it. No, it's
Add selection screen.
At selection screen, because the name says that. I told you, right? We are using fourth generation. The name itself, half of, 97% we can say it with the names itself. A selection screen, and yeah, initialization is used to initialize the variables. It's like constructor in the OOPS. Maybe probably if you have idea, it's like constructor we have, right? The same way. Initialize the complete code, and we have two different types of reports. One report is normal and one report is interactive report. interactive report. For example, if I try to execute this, I have this, correct? Now, if I double click, these entries are what? From which table? These entries are from which? VBAK. Now, if I double click on 2565, it should go and show me the respective VBAP entries. If I double click on this, I have double clicked, it won't work now, but if I double click on 2565, it should show me the respective VBAP entries. For that activity, for example, I will just show you one line. Probably it's not in scope now. Hotspot is the keyword. Currently, we don't use much. Anyway, if you see here, see a cursor has changed.
Yes.
So it is for these are nothing but we can use for interactive events. Interactive events are nothing but probably if somebody is interested beyond the scope, they can use make use of this 3 events: outline selection, user command, and PF, and can make use of interactive events. You can navigate from one page to another page. Okay, now a simple question. Say I have navigated from my home screen. This is my home screen. I mean, this is my first screen. I have double clicked on this. It went to another page. How do I know programmatically in which page I am? This is one page. I double clicked on this. It goes to another page now. How do I understand programmatically in which page I am at? Okay, one hint is system variables.
Yes, SYLSIND.
Yes, SYLSIND. See, maybe page number also you can see, page number you can see, and SYLSIND, that is also probably one of the field which holds the page numbers. Page number can also be seen. To know the difference, maybe you use 2 different variables like page number and SYLIND, and you understand which one can be used in from the debugger. Okay. As we are talking about, ALV function modules, ALV reports can have some alignments, sortings, filters, subtotals, totals, and etc. Can be given, and ALV abbreviates with the ABAP list viewer, which we have seen in the morning assessment test. And function modules, SAP has created a lot of function modules. And in a similar fashion, we can also create customized function modules. Transaction code is a C37. Say I have displayed it, and I will go to attributes. Now, one simple question. What is function pool? One question to you is, what is function pool? Any idea? Here, this is function pool. All function modules, say you have 5 different function modules, probably it's used for same one purpose. Say a function module for display, say a function module to insert, say a function module to update. these three different function modules technically, but they are clubbed together so that they can be used for one project. So logically we are grouping different function modules into a function pool, or a function group also we can say. Here, if I see, how do I show them? So for example, this function group, say ls, lvc, full screen uxs, this will hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different function modules it is holding. And it also says this file is generated by the function library, never change it manually, please. You are not supposed to change it. By any chance, if you have changed the function pool or function group, all function modules will take the impact. I hope it's clear. A function group will hold function modules. Let me know if I need to repeat it again. Okay. So this is the function module. And RFC, if I try to go to, say, commentary set function module and the attributes of it. Here, the processing type, you can understand either it is a regular function module or else a remote enabled function module. Now, the radio button is for regular function module. It is a normal function module, not an RFC enabled function module. Understood, right, the difference? How do we set that?
Yes.
Now, one simple question. Why this grid commentary set or any ALV grid function modules, why is it not a remote enabled function module? Why SAP has chosen it as a normal function module? Any wild guesses? It won't be a problem even wrong or silly. Why SAP has chosen it as a normal function module? Okay.
It can be used non-SAP system also.
This function module is on, no, this function module is a normal function module which will be used in this current system itself, S4H. For non-SAP systems, we will go for BAPIs. So the regular function module, it is given because what is the use of this function module? Be it some grid or be it a normal function, grid display, which you are aware of. What is the use of this function module? Come on, guys, please. What is the use of this function module?
Used to display the data in grid form, ALV.
Exactly. So this is used to display the data. What does it need to have to log into another target system? It doesn't have anything to log into the target system, right? If there is any core logic, if there is any different system which has some core logic lying in different system, you can get it to your current system. But since this function module is used for displaying it, once you get the data into an internal table, it's your choice, correct? Getting the data into internal table from which system, for that we can use remote enabled function modules. But to display, it is not required to be a RFC enabled function module. Is it clear now?
Yes.
Yes. So So this is how you need to understand why and why not. So now currently this function module is a regular function module. Now a simple fundamental which I have understood from, one second. From my experience, which I have understood is being a developer, your ultimate goal is to put your data in the internal table. In the needed data, in the needed manipulated format or beat, whatever it is, you have to put it in an internal table. After internal table, you can, it's your choice, correct? You can display, you can put the same ITAB data in the Excel sheet or a PDF format, or else anything can be done. But your ultimate final goal is a refined data should be there in an internal table. Agree or not? Guys?
Agree.
Okay, thank you. So the name, the PPT says, if you have a RFC enabled function module, call function module name. That is how you call it. And if you add this destination word, destination and the RFC name, then it is nothing but you are reaching to the target system. For example, it will not work for work now, but I'll just show it. See, call function, and this is the keyword, destination. We have seen some RFC name, right? Not this one. Destination and this one. So this is how you need to, you can log in to the target system. Of course, this will not work now, but the function module name and the destination, and this RFC will be created by the basis people, and we can use them. So now our logic will, once the processing compiler will reach to the line number 49, it will try to go to the target system, this system, and it will fetch back the results. I hope it is clear to how to use the, how to call the RFC enabled function modules. Yes. So one more point, key point which we need to discuss is all the RFC enabled RFCs will be saved in this table, RFC DES. Of course, you can see it from SM59, but that is a space editor where you can create or delete or manipulate them. But if you want to see, because every entry, ultimately, the destination for them is storing in the database table. So even if you're seeing it in a transaction or whatever it is, there are backend tables for them. For example, now I will tell you one help called F1. I'm pressing F1 from my keyboard on this field. You are aware of this, right? F1, help. If you are not aware, then I will tell it. If not, I will leave it. Guys, it's okay even if you are not aware. Please let me know. Then I can just stress it out.
It will give suggestions, right?
Not suggestions. Yeah, probably one kind of suggestion it will give. Like this is
for
the
input.
What need to be given. What is that field meant for? Is what is one. And if you see this technical information here, this button, it will tell you this program name is this one, and this field name is RFC test. The field name is RFC DEST. So if you can understand which field it is, which entry it is, and what is the usage of this field. If you're unsure of what need to be given a target host, for example, you press F1, name of the target host as displayed by the Unix command host name, for example. Maybe you can choose regular host names, DNS, IP address, SAP router name, and there is a hint also. And here they said RFC desk. You can press F1 on anyone, anything. For 99% it will give some documentation. Any idea on pass by value and pass by reference? Do you have any idea on pass by value and pass by reference? So this option is pass by value. If you have clicked it, it is pass by value. If you haven't clicked it, it is pass by reference. Pass by reference is you are referring to the memory. And pass by value, you are referring to the value only. Say you have one memory called 1010. 1010 will keep changing. The value in that 1010 will keep changing. Sometimes it will be ABC, sometimes it will be XYZ. It changes. If you are in current system, it's not a problem. But if you are in a target system, if you are using some RFC, you cannot and you are not supposed to use pass by reference. Agree or not? And let me know why. Why can't we use pass by reference for a while we are using RFC enabled function modules? Quickly, if you are not sure, then let me know. Not sure?
Yes.
Okay. As I said, pass by reference is used for current system because the memory is 1010, let's say. It is quite common and can be accessed. But the same 1010 memory, if you are trying to use in the target system, how will it work? 1010 might refer to some other parameter in the target system, right? Now you understood?
Yes.
Yes.
So that is why we will use pass by value if you are interacting with another system. Even if you try to use pass by reference, and if you enable RFC enabled function module, it will try to give an error. After doing that, you try to do a syntax check, it will throw an error asking pass by reference is not possible for RFC enabled FMs. If you see here, see, we have RFC system, we have BW, CRM, SCM. For a Coca-Cola company, they have BW systems, CRM systems, SCM systems. They want to separate all of the systems just to prevent from production loss. So that is why they have segregated into multiple different systems. Even SCM is down, let it be. Some loss will be prevented, correct? The same way, that is why we are separating it, and we also need a connection for them. So that is why we can use RFCs for this. This is all about, we are reaching the time. This is what we discussed. There are some 6 to 7 types are there. So most probably we will use ABAP connections. The type is 3. Yes, it is not possible to debug the remote enabled function modules. Now a quick question. What is the use of scheduling a job? You heard about it in the last session? Shruti, you heard about that in your last course? Have you heard about scheduling a report job, scheduling a job?
No.
Okay. Say this, my report, where is that? Okay. My report, VBAK, how many entries does it have? VBAP or VBAK, 236 and 6,000 entries, right?
Right.
So,
Right.
for example, user has chosen all of the entries. For example, user has, give me a second, it is array 01. I'm trying to access all 6,000 plus records. Let it be. So if I'm trying to access 6,000 records, it tried to show. Maybe it took some time and it had shown. If I have some 3 crores of records and accidentally or wantedly user has given to see all the records. Now, SAP has given a limit, like for example, a couple of portals whichever we try to log in our day-to-day. If you're idle, it will try to ask you whether are you there or not, should it be waited or not. Such kind of interactions are required, right? Even YouTube also it will be asked. The same way, SAP Quick cannot handle, I think some 236 microseconds, I don't remember exactly. Beyond that, SAP will go for a dump. You can probably Google it, the number of the time it is allowed for the foreground. For the foreground, 6,000 records it is allowed, we have seen. Some limit is there for, if it is beyond, if it crossed beyond that, it will go for dump. So for them, we will try to schedule it because, for example, for example, you're getting salaries, say every midnight, 2 o'clock. How are you getting? No HR payroll person will try to log into the system and will try to do that. They will schedule the jobs. Correct? They'll schedule the jobs automatically. If user interaction is not required or specific jobs at specific time for specific dates, so such kind of uses are there for them. And now what happens if I try to execute this? It will take 1 minute, more than that, that's all. If I try to execute this, I try to execute this. Here, if you see, probably I think I need to show it. Will just take 1 minute, that's all. It is activated. Now, from the program, if you see execute in background. Now, if you see clicked on execute in background, it will try to ask you the options. And if you click on properties, what printer it to be used and all, you can read more about information about what tab is meant for. Okay, so this is how it we'll try to schedule that a report. And further, there is some more one or two points are there to schedule the background jobs, which we will discuss it tomorrow.
What about SM36 transaction for job scheduling?
The same one, SM36 and SM37, both are for scheduling itself. We can schedule from a report, or else we can go and give this report name in SM36 as well.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which annotation is used to expose a CDS view as an OData service? Option A, at OData.publish, true. Option B, at OData expose, true. Option C, at OData.service, true. Option D, at OData enable, true. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View? Our course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View. Think of it as your toolkit for handling data efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques, all crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and address any queries. And our students, they rave about the course. You'll find it incredibly valuable, just like others have. Best of all, it's budget-friendly. Learning this vital skill won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View skills? Enroll now. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details.
So this is the screen for reporting, scheduling a job. So as I have told you yesterday, from a report we can schedule a job. The scheduling comes into the picture whenever there are lot many records where a front-end server cannot take care of. If the given time is exceeded already, the front-end screen will go for dump. Like it will tell you the waiting time is exceeded. Something like that will be the error. This will be seen in the day-to-day life as well. Maybe within 1 or 2 minutes, if the server is not responding back, the screen goes for a pause or will be notified, right? The same way from SAP as well. It will take around some 2 minutes of time and it will go for dump. In order to prevent, because SAP, SAP is meant for handling huge number of records, not some thousands or 2000s. Keeping that in mind, we need to schedule a job to handle huge number of records, and along with there is an opportunity to give time, date, a specific period of time, alternate month, bi-weekly. So something like that, there are a lot of provisions. As I told you yesterday, can somebody tell me how do we schedule a report in the background?
When its output screen opens, we have to go and execute in background option.
The keyword is selection screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll log into the system now. What is our system name?
S4H, right?
S4H.
And the type of which system? Is it HANA or ECC system?
HANA.
Does our system support a 7.4 version? Does our system support 7.4? See, SAP ABAP 75 version. So it will support 7.4 or not. It is 7.5 release, right? So it will support
Yes.
7.4 as well.
Yes, it will. Yeah.
Yes.
/MSC38. Please make a note of that, that the difference between pass by value and pass by reference. That is important. Okay, one way is I can do it here, some background jobs. Here, output device. Normally, the output device is set by basis people itself. The normal printer printer output device is LP01. You can remember that. So this will help you. So LP01 is the default printer, which will be configured by SAP basis. So once you give maybe the output device basic default printer, or else any customized printer based on the companies. There are printers names for in any organization, right? So based upon that, if you try to do, there can be possibly here. See, if you see SAP spool immediately date and time. If I choose date and time here, some issue. Okay, so maybe for this time and for so for example, if I need to do at 24 at this point of time, and if not immediately, and if not SAP spool. For example, if there are 1,000 background jobs, how do we differentiate uniquely that which report or which job is for which one? So for that, we will have a unique number called SAP spool. With a unique number of SAP spool number, we will identify what is our background job. Now, for example, let me schedule this anyway immediately. This will tell you background job was scheduled for this. And whenever you see this hyperlink, maybe if you want to see more, you can see it. The current program was shared in the background. Which program? Z01 first page. So where do I see this now? Where can I see the background jobs? Yesterday somebody said this.
SM36.
So I will give star here. I will check scheduled. Here, maybe I can give this. If you see, this is 01 first pre-GM. Revant finished on these dates. Client is 100. If there is any reason for delay, so it will also be told here. So as I said, spool number will be generated. The spool list 17574 is the unique number, nothing but here spool. If you see the printer details here, LP01 I told you, right? It's a default printer. X paper, it's not required to remember all this X paper and all, but LP01 is the default printer for us, for any, and we can also see the detail output of that. Yeah. If you see the type, ABAP list is the type here. Is that right or not? If I click on here, this is a list, right? So that is where it has come as a list. If you see, only page of 1 to page of 107 is displayed. So the sales document, date, and name are being displayed here. Understood now? How do we schedule a background job from a report?
Yes.
If you see the job log, it will tell you what all activities have been happened to your report. Say at 22:40:20, your program is started, a job is started, step 01 is started, and job is finished. It took some 2 seconds, that's all. And if you see 516 is the message number here. Message class is 00. What is the transaction code for the message class?
SC91.
SC9.
What I try to do, 00 is the message class here, and 516 is the message number. See, job started, job ampersand started. See, job ampersand started. Yesterday I was telling you about placeholders for message class, right? The placeholders meaning this one And this whatever we wanted dynamically, that will be replaced with ampersand in the message class. See, if you see here, job and started are hard coded in the message class, but not this one and this one. These two are dynamic, correct? This time, this is first program and this number. The next time was some other program might come, right? So that is why what they have done is job ampersand. This is a placeholder and created by SAP itself, not anybody else, and was created in 2017. Last change in 2017. So do we have any placeholders here in this 517 message?
No.
So that is hard coded. What is hard coded? Hard code is nothing but we are defining it in double quotes. We are defining static. If there is a static text, that is hard coded one. Okay, so 518, 519, 520 are hard coded one. And if you see here 521, this is placeholder. No, this is a placeholder one. Dynamically, user this ampersand will change. No job log entries exist for job. Ampersand is a placeholder there. Now, one quick recap question: how many messages can a message class can store?
999.
999.
It's the maximum limit.
That is the maximum limit for 999 here. Now, what I try to do, programming 36. Here, I say test, start the condition, and I can say date and job, date and time. Now what I try to do, this is today's 9th, so I will try to schedule it for tomorrow. And what I try to do, I will select this. This is my ABAP program, and I have saved this. Why have we not received spool list here? Because it is not executed correctly, completely right. I have scheduled it for tomorrow. Once it is executed, a spool number will generate. Yeah. So with this, with the status released. Now if you see SM37. Why are we not seeing our the other program number, other program name here? Because the job condition is limited. So let's say I will take for next 2 months. If you see here, test is my program. I have given the job name. I can give my unique name here. Say beacon_payroll, for example. Test and spool number I didn't give. It is not generated yet. It is in release status. There is no spool request here. If you want to see the conditions, select test. It is released. Job class is C. Yeah. So if you try to see the spool, no list exists. And if you try to see the view details for that, no spool was found for the job. Possible causes is the job has not yet run. First, being a developer, first we need to see the F1 or the information that ever we have on this current screen. Say whenever you see a hyperlink, here, whenever you see a error message here, or else if you try to press F1 on that, so you will try to see understand something else on that. If not, straight away, what you try to do is no list exists. Then you can try to copy the same job, try to copy the same message name, and you try to see the relevant threads for that. So that is how you understand. But before doing that, most probably SAP will itself tell you what would have happened, for that error message. Is it clear? Doing that, I also want to show you one more. Okay. Do you have any idea on this for all entries?
It works like a join, right? For all entries.
Yes. Here I can give my comments. Right. This program is for joining two tables. This will not be executed as you are aware. The where condition doesn't reflect for entries in the database table. Okay. Now, any questions on this one?
No.
Everybody, any questions on this one? How do you write for all entries? What is the usage of that? If you are not sure, I will explain you that. This line, if you are unsure, please let me know. I can explain. And everybody. Okay. So the one condition which we need to remember whenever you are using for all entries is it should have a if condition. If not, by any chance, if LD underscore VBAK is not having entries, it will VBAP will be fetched with all the entries irrespective of VBAK. Ideally, whatever the entries we have in VBAK, that should be filled with a VBAP as well. But by any chance, if there are no entries in VBAK here, it is failed. Then it comes for the next select query, right? Here, VBAK is filled with 0. There are no entries. And this for all entries will behave like there are no entries in VBAK. Hence, you hit every entry. You get all the entries of VBAK. So to avoid that, if entry underscore VBAK is not initial, you are aware of this condition, right? If how do you is not initial?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, one simple question. How do programmatically in debugger or somewhere, programmatically, how do I understand this select query is failed? There is a system variable, right? What is that?
If SY is UBRC.
What I do is if size above C is not equal to 0, and if exit the course.
SUBRC.
Okay. So what I try to do, exit, I can use some exit stop command. There are some exit command, stop command. I don't need further execution need to happen. I can write in that way. And I have entries in LT underscore VBAK and I have entries in LT underscore VBAP. I have both entries. Now LT underscore VBAK into data work area underscore VBAK. The table Any questions on this loop statement? Any questions on this loop statement? Why have I loop? Sorry, what was that? Any questions? So should I repeat? Should I say something?
No.
Okay. So now if you are looping this LT underscore VBAK and LT, it is into one work area of VBAK. And line number 33, VBAP, I'm trying to read it. Okay. So now you guys can you guys tell me, I need to show the entries in grid display. Together, I need to show in a grid display. I should have an ALU grid display. That grid display should show all the entries of VBAK and VBAP together in the same screen. Can anybody help me in how do we do that? Say I have called this function module here. Okay. Say I have called this function module here. I will give you one tip here. However, the rest of the parameters are also required. Now we are having two internal tables. Here, which one should I give? Should I give IT underscore VBAK or IT underscore VBAP? But I need both of the entries, right? If I give VBAK or VBAP, I will be getting only those entries are in the screen. You understand my question, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's discuss. Let's discuss what are your thoughts? How do we merge this VBAK and VBAP and show it in one screen?
We have to create third internal table, and then VBAK, VBAP, all entries come then.
Yeah, in one structure, then first one structure in which all
Final structure.
yes, in
Final
which all
structure.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. So now, how do we create third internal table now?
Yes.
How do we create?
First, we have to create structure.
Structure is already there. VBAK
Standard, yeah.
No
So
doubt.
it's already there. So we'll declare it. We'll declare the internal table.
Data colon ID.
What was that? There is some voice break. Please say it again. Data.
Colon.
IT final.
Okay. ID.
Type.
Type.
Table of
table of
TY final.
TY final.
TY final. No, TY final. Please tell me the same lines for TY final. No, how do we create a structure for that?
Types colon begin of TY final.
No. Now, how do we create here? What should be the line at 12? Yesterday, we have discussed how do you insert two different structures in an internal table. We have discussed, right? Now, this TY final is having two different structures, VBAK and VBAP. Fine, as you guys said, that's really good. IT underscore final. This is we have discussed yesterday. So please try to remember them, that you have to where and all can we apply that respective topic. That is how we make a pro. Okay. So IT underscore final is my final internal table. So what I try to do, okay, here now can you guys tell me? Let's say I will give my
IT final.
I'll give my here. Now you tell me I should get the combined entries of VBAK and VBAP into IT underscore final. How do
You have to read the table again.
Which table?
IT final.
Currently there are no entries in IT final.
Loop at.
No. Look, no. What I'm trying to say is, see, if you try to see the control find statement, it is at the grid display and it is at declaration part. We have to fill. So if you are making a loop statement, since there are no entries, that loop will not work. Reading will not neither work. We should have the entries, correct? We have to fill both of the entries now. Correct, right?
To move the
Yes.
data from ITV and VTV into
Sorry, what was that?
we need to move the data from ITV and VTV into final table.
Yes, that's really perfect. So now how do we do?
Move corresponding.
Move corresponding. Okay. Move corresponding.
ITV into ITV into ITV and in between 38 and 39 line also we need to move from ITV to IT final. Maybe from work here and then we need to append that.
Say, for example, I have commented this. let's see how the code works here. I kept a breakpoint. I wrote a breakpoint here. And there is also one more line called break based upon the username as well, I think. Yeah. So this for line number 45 will only hit for user called Raven. I will try to put a break. Yes, so we'll stop it here. We'll stop it here discussing about that. And now we'll try to go for debugging techniques, and then I'll continue how debugging works. So can somebody tell me how what is debugging? Is it really needed?
Hello.
Yeah. Able to hear me?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please tell me what is the use of debugging?
Debugging is used to analyze issues in program.
Debugging is when you want to check if the values is being passed in IT table, or in case you want to append any entries and check into that internal table. So that is when you use debugging for any issues in case the program is showing dump. So if you want to check if the entries are getting appended in IT internal table or not, or if you want to append and see any entries, then you use debugging.
Awesome, awesome. That's really good. So now, even at beginning of my career, I was not able to understand how debugger works. What is that F5, F6, F7 and all. Then what I thought, instead of reaching till debugging, what if my code is really good? Then there is no need of going to debugger. That is what my impression in the early stage. So I tried to write code. I try to anticipate how the code works by looking at the program itself. What all variables, what all data it might have in an internal table or in a work area or in a variable, how the program completely behaves. So when I was learning, that used to be some 30-40 lines. If I see the code here, it's around some 38. Currently, we have a maximum of 45 lines. But so 45 lines, so I tried to see, with this scrolling side by side, up and down, I used to understand how my code works without a debugger. So I was okay with that. But later, when my program lines has increased for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, I felt difficult in understanding. And later, later, the debugger, my understanding was fine for 1 or 2 records if it is in a loop. But for one of the odd record, for one of the strange record, we cannot think about that until it is in a debugger. So one record out of 1,000, one record will have some little different behavior, right? So you have to debug, you have to go through the loop. You have to understand how that respective odd record you have to analyze. Then I get most of the efforts in debugging. Then after understanding how debugging works, my programming level standards were improved. And the same debugging technique is not only for SAP ABAP. It is not only for there. It is also there for every tool. Any programming language, debugging is required. Even in Chrome, does anybody have any idea how do we debug in Chrome?
No.
No.
So, for example, this is my program. Here, if I try to do inspect, you're aware of this inspect element?
Yes, had opened it once, but
Okay. So, here you're aware of some CSS, HTML, XML tags. We'll be able to understand that. So there is some div tags, bottom adds stuff, bot stuff. See, search ID is there. If you see here, search, I'm hovering on the left side it is also shown here. Nothing but that this results has come from search. So if you see console, if console will show for if there are any errors, will show up, and in the network tab, the tab it is not there anything like that. So this is a result of APIs. I want to say that it's not new. It is already there in every tool. And being a developer, we can also think about SAP UI5. There is one model called SAP UI5, which works on a front-end development. Currently, whatever we are talking about or we will learn, that comes under backend. And there is something called as the front-end, where in the Chrome you can open that application. And you can access the application from the front end to the back end. Whenever you say create from the Chrome tab, the backend SAP GUI will be created, it will be triggered, and will create an entry. And whenever you click on display on the front end, again a backend call will be made, and the respective entry will be shown on the front end. Okay. Yes. Now, please make a note of this. Along with your daily assignments in the lab activities, you please help me with understanding this one. Now, we have written VBAK for our entries. That is good. But this one, I need to show that in the debugger, right? Anyway, but this one is a read table, line number 39, is little different in 7.4. This is older one. Okay. Now what I try to say is, if you see here, I will try to give this URL to you before 7.4 and with 7.4. If you try to see, if your the loop statements can also be changed now. So currently, if you see looped into work area, they have declared separately, and this is inline declaration which we have seen. Now what I try to see, read table expressions, read statement. See, if you see here the lines of code for us, read table with key and something like that. So with key, something like that. So you try to replace this line with this. This is 7.4. What I have shown is before 7.4. What you need to replace is with 7.4. And in 7.4, to check any records are there or not, subRC is not required. Instead, if you are working with internal table, this is required. Any questions on this?
No.
Okay. Will you be able to do? So you have to copy this program name. You have to copy this program name to your program, and you need to replace the statement, line number 39. So as I said, it's not only debugger is not only for SAP ABAP, it is there for Python, Java, Chrome, UI5, everywhere to understand more deeper. Anyway, does anybody have any idea what is the difference between two different breakpoints? So this is how we can debug. We'll show it here, and yeah, we'll show it. We'll tell it to you again. Yeah. So here, this is an old screen. This is an old screen of SAP. Here, I have kept a breakpoint. Here, I have kept a breakpoint at line number 8, so that my program will execute lines from 1 to 7 and will exactly stop at line number 8 to understand, to debug mode. Okay, so if you are adding breakpoints without any idea, then you will never clear your doubts or programming levels. You should know at which place you have to put a breakpoint as well. Say, I'll put a breakpoint from line number 1 to 15. It will stop. As usually, breakpoint will stop. But you need to understand again. You will be spending more time in understanding and through the debugger. So instead of that, what we can do is you try to see the program. If it is readable or understandable, you try to put a breakpoint whenever you see. Probably any user, any developer, or will be writing some comments, right? Based upon that, we can understand. Or else, if you see line number 8, write list index and LSIND. So maybe probably this is the keyword to you to make you understand that this is the right place to put a breakpoint. Okay. So there are 2 different breakpoints. As I said, I will show it anyway. And debugging mode. So we can create debugging point. We can activate. For example, there's a huge program. There's a huge program where you need to put a breakpoint. And for one point of time, you don't want breakpoint to hit. Just you want to see the output. And for the later point of time, you want to hit the breakpoint again. At that point of time, activate and deactivate will be coming into the picture. Whenever you activate, breakpoint will hit. Whenever you are deactivating it, breakpoints will be there, but they will be deactivated until you activate, and your output can be seen. Okay, now the same one. Say I will come from the beginning. Here it is session breakpoint and external breakpoint. If I have kept session breakpoint was set here, and the other way to put a breakpoint here is click on one line, and you right click on this. See, we can also put a external breakpoint. External breakpoint is valid only for 2 hours for this user only. And also, along with that, we can also, if you can write breakpoint, if you have this code changes rights for your program, you can also write breakpoint. That is also fine, and this is also fine. Okay. And anything else? And one key point that is required for keeping a breakpoint is the program should be in active state. It should be active. If it is inactive, the breakpoints will not work. And also, the breakpoint will not work on declarations. This data or this types or this select. It's all declarations, right? So breakpoint will not be allowed there. Breakpoint is allowed to the productive code itself. Okay. And yeah, utilities, settings, debugging. Here, I can change this Raven name to another user as well. Default, it is same user, but if Shruti is triggering a breakpoint, and that if I want to see that breakpoint changes and all, I can give her username here. Okay. So that is how when she is executing a program from her laptop, if I give Shruti name here, the breakpoint will trigger and will be shown on my screen. We can change, that's all I want to say is we can change the usernames here. Okay. Now It is an active state. I have kept a breakpoint. Now, as usually, you try to trigger the breakpoint. But I will cancel this. First, I'll go for with one record. So here, if you see, we have desktop 1, 2, and 3. And the standard, structures, tables. This desktop 1, 2, 3 are 3 different views. If you see the screen now, if I have clicked on desktop 1, see, there is less space for the code, and there is also a space for the variables. For example, variable here is IT underscore file. If I don't like the screen, desktop 2 can also be given. Here, your program will be seen and ABAP and screen stack will be shown. By general, what is stack in general English words? Hello, do you have any idea what a stack is in generally? Okay. The stack is, for example, this is the stack.
This is last in, first out.
No, not exactly.
Okay.
So this is the stack. See, there is an order. There is an order of tables or plates here. The same way, this is a stack. This is stack number 1, stack number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here in desktop 2 view, it will give you a screen stack, not plate stack, it is a screen stack where it will show you in what order the program is being made, in which order the program is being made or being called. For example, see, it is stack, this is stack, you are at number 1 if you see, PAI screen, 1000, SAP MS SYO. This is who has created that? Did I create that or SAP has created that? This SAP MS SYO, who has created that? See the naming convention and you can say. You can see the naming convention and you can say whether did I create or SAP has created.
SAP.
SAP.
Now I have one doubt. Yesterday we have discussed that Z or Y are for our purpose, and the rest of the things are XZ. You have understood. And now when I am asking, you are not able to think about that. Now what I'm thinking is you have to apply whatever you have understood. It's not about learning, it's also about application. Okay. So in order to run my report quite very smooth, SAP will be doing some post activities and pre activities to run your report smooth. So here, stack number 1, SAP MSSYO. This is a program. You can, if you want to see, you can go to SC38 and you can see how this report behaves. Yeah. So as I told you, to run my report very smooth, SAP has given a chance. SAP has done some pre-activities and post-activities just to run your report very smooth. So you can ignore the stack number 1 since it is done by SAP. And later, the stack number 2, the cursor is at here, current stack position. You are at start of selection, and this is your program name. So currently you are at that program name, and you are at line number 20. This will also tell you about event start of selection is the event which you are at. And the desktop 3. Now, can somebody tell me what is the use of stack now? Currently, it is some 30-40 lines of code. It is a simple report. That is why we have line number 1 and line number 2 stacks. Okay, but in real time, there will be thousands, 10,000s of lines of code with multi combination of function modules, OOS concepts, and all. Just to make yourself or understand which program is called which one. There we can make use of stack. Okay, if you want to go to the first report, you can directly double click here. See, this SYST AB run. SYST AB run is calling at this place, SYST AB run. Here, after that, it is directly jumping to our program. If you see SYST, and if you hover here, okay, it's a module. Okay. So anyway, leave that. So we will go to our current program. And desktop 3 is also one more view where in the left side your code will be seen and your variables will be seen. You can also see the memory of which internal table it is, how much it is taking. Okay. Yes, and for example, IT underscore final. Any idea on this brackets? This bracket is for internal table. This bracket is also for internal table. It works both the same way, but it's a good habit. If you want to see the internal table, it's a good habit to put brackets here. Now, the key functions are F5, F6, F7, F8. Now, single step, F5 meaning single step, it will jump forward with one step. Let me know if I'm not clear, I will repeat it again. F6, it will try to go inside the code and execute. Okay, and say F8, it will directly execute by it's like a normal run. Okay, so what I try to do, F5. Here, I try to double click here. I got one entry. Why only one entry? I can see it here. Because I have given 3974 as the input. When we delete this, it is not required now. So now VBAK has only one entry. Yes, that is what I expected. If Sabasi is not equal to 0, is Sabasi is not equal to 0? No, it is equal to 0 because there is a success hit. So then you get inside VBAP. Now you understand what entries do you have in VBAP. Is it correct? VBAP is having one entry now. Is it correct or not?
Yes.
How do we cross check? In LT underscore VBAK,
We can, yeah.
3974 is the entry. Okay. Here where we have given where condition of VBL only. So also 3974 and VBAP. These are other details are from VBAP, and VBELN is the common field between VBAK and VBAP. Is it possible to make a for all entry statement without a common field in between two different tables?
No.
So now what I try to do, loop at VBAK, and if I try to delete everything, VBAK, see I have one entry in work area of VBAK, and probably VBAP will also have one entry, the same entry in the work area. Now what I try to do, let me check whether my IT final is having any entry or not. Move corresponding LT underscore VBAK is having an entry. This has one entry, but still final doesn't have an entry. Now I understood the problem. That select queries are working fine. VBAK and AP are having entries, but with the move corresponding statement, it is finding difficulty in moving the entries of VBAK to VBAP. Okay. Now, can you guys suggest me which one we need to remove the move corresponding statement? Can you guys tell me which one can we go for an alternate? Let me see this single quotes one, the brackets one. Let me see that. Do you guys have any other alternates? Which one we can choose apart from move corresponding? See, move corresponding with the brackets also, it is not working. Maybe with the append statement, we can, so since it's not working, we can append VBAK.
Could we use insert?
Insert can be created, but whenever you are under loop, again the entries will be inserted. Whenever there is a new entry, the entries will be inserted. We don't need insert, we need append statement. It says inline declaration is not possible. So what I try to do, whenever you have done with the work area, we have to clear the structure of that. This is misplaced now, or at the right place. Next. I'm pressing F5 on my keyboard. See VBAK and VBAP. That also didn't work. So I am expecting WA underscore final should have some entries, and that should be appended to final. So for that, I'm trying to debug and understand how it works. Let's see how it behaves. Yes. Now VBAK is having an entry, and let me see final. Yes, IT final has also got entries. See, since there are two different structures in our final K and P, my VBAK is having entries and VBAP is not having entries. In the similar way, we also need to append VBAP entries as well. So now that IT_final internal table, we can call it in grid display. Now understood, right? How do we, even I was not sure how to merge two different tables into one single internal table. But I am aware that we can create a structure like this. You all have come in the file internal table, but you use creating two different structures in the file internal table, but no problem with that. And from the debugger, I understood. Initially, I didn't give this VBAK, -VBAK. I understood WL_final VBAK was not filled. And I have seen VBAK and VBAP, two different structures. Since it didn't fill, I tried to give -VBAK and it worked. You guys understood how I tried to solve this?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all about debugging and practice so that you will get to know more options. And one more point here, say if I try to delete or deactivate all breakpoints, breakpoint is deactivated and these two breakpoints will work anyway, and later no other breakpoints will work. Nothing but I have deactivated for that point of time. If you run it again, it will trigger the breakpoint again and again. In the same way, I can also delete all the breakpoints. Say I have 20 breakpoints in this program. I can delete all the breakpoints at a single shot. And if you see here, breakpoint at, this is also needed. If you see here, breakpoint at a statement, subroutine, function module, method, exception, message, for example. Imagine you are assigned with an internal message of your organization. You are assigned with a support project examples. Let's say customer said that whenever he is running a report, he is seeing inconsistencies found is the message. Understood, right? Whenever the customer is running a report, he is seeing inconsistencies found. Even when he has assigned that to check, and he has assigned that issue to you, you have to debug, right? At what chances that exception is getting raised, or that message is getting raised. So then, what I try to do, I will try to find the message ID or message ID and message number. Earlier in the beginning of the class, for example, I'm saying I remember 00 is the message, some 536 is the, say for example, let's say 0, this is empty. This is the message they are getting. Okay, and that is a error. How many types of message types do we have?
Six.
Yes. So say the customer said that he is getting, once even we have seen, we understood that tab is empty. That message is coming from 00 and 07 is the message number. And you click on enter. Yeah, breakpoint set. Breakpoint set to what line? That 00, 17th message number. And once you execute now, once you do F8, normally it will trigger that line with my example. If my example is a real example, the breakpoint would have received. You would have seen the breakpoint on the screen now. But since that 0017th line is just from example, it didn't trigger. I hope it is clear. Is that clear? How we put a breakpoint at, for example, a message?
Yes.
Okay. So in a similar fashion, in the breakpoint at, for example, a function module. You want to, if there is one function module, say reuse ALB grid display is the function module, and there are some 50,000 lines are there as a productive code. You don't know at which place that function module is called and where do you want to put a breakpoint. You cannot navigate to all 50,000 lines of code. So for that, what do? We can do, watch point can also be kept. And if you are sure that the problem is with the function module, and you are not sure at which line it is there and at which point it is hidden, then you can straight away put, as I shown from the breakpoint, from the menu bar, you can try to put the breakpoint in the respective function module. Automatically, the breakpoint will be set at that respective function module. This is similar to my previous example at breakpoint at message and breakpoint at function module. Yes, I believe that is clear. And so, for example, now if I try to know what my cursor, my compiler is at which line. Can somebody tell me now my compiler is at which line?
40, right?
40. My compiler is at 40. I can also see entries in VBAK. So particularly if I want to see entry of VBLM, I can also see that. Now I want to re-trigger, reach to the previous step which I have already executed. I want to, I don't want to run the debugger again from executing the report from scratch again. I want to go back and navigate, and I want to come here in the same screen. What do I do? Debugger, go to statement. See, the compiler has gone before to the before lines. Now you would want to see how it behaves from this line. You select this line and go to statement. Okay, you cannot jump to this statement. It is the error. If you are in loop, you cannot jump. There are some conditions like this. If you are in loop, you can be only in that. You cannot come out of that loop using this shift F12 or go to statement. But if you are out of the loop, maybe if by any chance if you are in if conditions, you can go to the previous statements as well. Is that clear?
Yes.
We'll see about watch points. So now, can somebody tell me what is the use of a watch point? No idea. So a watch point is also similar to the point which we have discussed earlier, but a watch point is meant for variables or a field name. Earlier, I mean, sometime back, we have seen how to put a breakpoint at a message, a function module. Similar to that, in your program, in your 50,000 lines of code, one variable is one work area at out of 50,000 lines of code, 10,000 record is behaving in a different way. You cannot every time you cannot do F5 or F6 to reach 10,000 record, right? You have to press 10,000 times. You have to press F6 10,000 times, correct? So to avoid that, we will put a breakpoint. We will put a watch point. We'll put a watch point with the field name and with the value as well. For example, I will say a watch point here. So work area final, and it should stop. Maybe at that 10,000 by seeing the output, I understood that the 10,000 records sales document number is 1794. So I gave a condition here that my VBELN is equal to 1794. You have to stop. Cannot create a watch point error condition. Okay, you can ignore that, but generally the usage of the watch point is the similar way. The application is that whenever you are at some 10,000 record, you want to put. So currently my VBAK is holding only one record. What if my VBAK is having 10,000 records, 50,000 records? So that point of time, we can create a watch point here. The difference between a watch point and from the menu bar we have seen, right, breakpoint at the message and function module. Please understand the difference between them. If it is not clear, let me know. I will say it again. And one point from VBAK, you select this and you go to the settings bar. Here you have an options of changing, deleting, insert, deleting whole work area, appending. So what I will try to do is, see here 13974 for BPINST 17042. I will try to change that to some number and I will press enter. Now my internal table will go with the entries of this change. Of course, the database table entry is different, but for my debugging purpose, I want to use this value. So I can change that. And if you don't want this VBAK itself, you can delete the whole table. If not, you can also insert a row. You press enter. Here you have seen a new entry. Probably this is my VBALN. So 2022 0909. You see, in the similar fashion, I can try to create a new entry. Of course, this entry is also not there in DDIC, but in my local internal table, I'm trying to put that. See, if you see, VBAK is having 2 entries, and VBAP, of course, it will have only 1 entry. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay, so there is a limit. We can put 5 watch points at single shot. So can you, so let's say your background job from our previous topic, you are not able to understand how for the front end, it is working for few records, but for some reason, background job, it is failing. Okay, then there is a different way to debug that. Do you know how do we do? Okay, so the transaction code is JDBG. JDBG is the transaction code to debug the background jobs. How do you, I will come back for that JDBG. ST22 probably I have seen the assessment. Most of you have answered. ST22 is for seeing the dumps.
ST22 was for, can you please repeat? ST22 was for?
ST22 is for dumps. Seeing the dumps. Whatever you see the dumps, right? The dumps can be seen there. For example, ST22 I have seen, and I do go there. See, there are no short dumps. And I try to do global search. There are no short dumps. Maybe this is our system, right? So, but generally, if you try to go to this transaction code, you can see dumps for the respective system. /MSN 37. So now I have given JDBG. That's all. There is no message. There is no message, right? Now, if you go to this report, the report is which one? I forgot. 01 first. It'll take 1 or 2 minutes more. I think this is the group. Okay, fine. So this is how JDBG works for them, but somehow it is not triggering the breakpoint. Or maybe till this evening class, if somebody is enthusiastic, please check how JDBG transaction code works for scheduling a job. Even anyway, I will get back to you in the evening class how we trigger the breakpoint for a background job.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of the data provider class, DPC, in OData service generation from CDS views? Option A, it defines the database schema. Option B, it handles the creation of CDS views. Option C, it implements the OData service operations. Option D, it generates ABAP code for CDS views. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlock the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View? Our course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View. Think of it as your toolkit for handling data efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques, all crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and address any queries. And our students, they rave about the course. You'll find it incredibly valuable, just like others have. Best of all, it's budget-friendly. Learning this vital skill won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View skills? Enroll now. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details.
So this is the screen for the scheduled jobs. So since the status is finished, what I want to see, I feel that there is some issue with the background job. And what I do, I wanted to debug this. Let me try JDBG, the transaction code. You have to select this, select the report name, and the transaction code is JDBG. You will see some previous helping programs to make smoother run for this debugging. So as I told you, what is desktop do? what is desktop 2? When do we need to do
Stack.
Stack.
Yes, stack. So here, if you see, I will try to minimize some things. If you see, this PBO screen is meant for some module pool. All the screens, like we are seeing this one, some step size, tab IX, everything is built with a combination of ABAP code. This is ABAP code, and this is module pool. It is interlinked with the help of module pool. Whatever we screen, whenever we do F5, it should do some action, right? So every action is being made with the help of module pool and ABAP code itself. With this together, these two modules, we will handle the client requirements with a module, with a different module, say MM module, say SD module. Okay. So PBO screen is nothing but a screen. This is the screen. Not this is the screen. This is the screen. PBO 1000 is the screen. And later, it tried to call system exit, print report, get parameters, print, fit params, RSP or test layout. This is the flow for that. And what we try to do, I don't want to, because this is not my program, right? RSP or test layout. This is, as I told you, we can see that this is some standard helping program. So what I try to do, I want to come out of this program. Even though there are I don't want to do FI here. I don't want to execute. I don't want to see what every variable is holding because this is not my program. What I try to do, I want that to be executed, but I want to want to save it. So I try to do F7, size of layout, get device features. That is also not mine. Conversion exit. That is also not mine. Valid device. That is also not mine. Set destination. That is also not mine. Startup selection and first program. This is my program. Yeah. So all the pre-helping programs were removed off, are not shown here, but PAI screen with the 1000 and startup selection is event here. And now then the general debugger will is a normal general debugger now. We can debug and we can try to understand what is happening in the background job now. So let me execute this. And that's all. So whatever the problem it is, I can understand by the debugger, and the JDBC is the transaction code that need to be used for debugging the background jobs. Okay, so we will see the topic called tracing and performance analysis. By any chance, are you aware of the performance techniques, tracing analysis?
Do you mean the techniques by which we increase the code's performance?
Yes.
I think field symbols is one of them.
What if I write a select query in a loop? What if I write a select query in a loop? Do you recommend that? A select query will be, let's say my internal table, loop at iTab, that internal table will hold some 6,000 records, which we have seen. This iTab, if I don't give any wait and if I don't give any VBA in the selection screen, this VBA will hold 6,000 records. Now, if I put the select query in this way, loop condition, what will happen? This question is for everyone.
It takes how too much time?
It will iterate for a
Correct. So that is there will be some 1 or 2% of chances where we have to put select queries in loop conditions, but most probably we have to eliminate adding select queries in the loop conditions, yeah, and clearing the variables internal tables, using inline declarations and all. You first fetch the data. don't hit the select queries database table multiple times. You try to use for all entries, you try to use joins to make a single select query. Yeah. So they have a couple of performance training, performance analysis, but along with that, currently whatever we have discussed, they come under coding perspective. There are also a couple of transaction codes given by SAP, which will help us to understand better. For example, there is a trace, ABAP trace. The transaction code for that is ST12. So if you see this screenshot of this, it will try to let you know however the statements are executed. Let us also see how ST12 works. So what I do is I do start trace, enter username for that. So username start trace. You can read after switching on the trace. Do not touch the ST12 screen. First, start the action or dialog step to be traced. Else, above trace would be switched for ST12 itself. Enter. It is started. You should ideally put that program. Say I did that. Effect here. It didn't call because we didn't try to put any display with the grid display or etc. So that is why report is not shown, and I try to end the traces. So I will try to navigate to this. We have to see our program here in this ABAP trace. Okay, maybe I will get back for this. That should be coming here. No problem. Come back with that. I will our program, whatever the program we have run in the ABAP trace, that should be coming in the list. So ideally, that should be looking like this. Yeah. From our STL. Yes. So do you have any idea on ST05 transaction?
No.
ST05. So this is also a performance tracing tool itself. So both there are a lot of tools which we have to evaluate our program. So what I try to do, I will try to check everything and I try to activate the trace. So if you see here in ST05 transaction code, we need to filter with our program name. It will before the helper programs, post helper programs, everything will be traced back. So here at the place of program name, if we put our program, there are a lot of calls are being made here. UST 12, T000, 12. These are all helper programs. We didn't write them, correct? We didn't write them, but for some other purpose, it will be used here. If you see here, duration is 2.7 and CPU time is 1.9, and I think we have cleared all the memories and all. So memory value is 0 here. So this is how we will try to understand how much it is taking time for a simple program here. If it is not clear, I will explain to you again. How do we switch on a trace for ST05? Is it okay, or should I say it again?
Can you show it again once?
So for example, ST05 is the, I cannot remove this. Is it? So ST05 is the transaction code. Okay. And what I try to do here, we also repeat, also remove the breakpoints here. Simple report to understand. So activate this trace, SQL trace, buffer trace, MQ trace, everything is activated for this user. And now what I try to do, I try to execute this. It has processed some 6,000 records of VB8 and VB8, but since we did nothing, it took some time and printed hello. And now what I try to do, I will deactivate the trace here. And now, see refresh and display the trace for this user for this states. Here, there are a lot of helper programs here. You right click on that and try to filter it. This is our program, right? So I try to do this. So if you see here, ultimately your program with including helper programs, with helper programs and post helper programs, your duration is taking this much. So 2.8 and 2.7. This will vary whenever it depends upon the users, it depends upon the internet speed, it depends upon system speed as well. So you have to, if you need to take at least 5 times of trace, and then you need to average that by 5, for example. We need to log into the ST05 if you want to trace the records. That should be at the time where nobody will log in. That kind of time we need so that we will get exact and appropriate times. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay. So I was telling about with this transaction ST05, we can trace SQL statements that if you see here, most of them are for SQL itself. These are more or less for, you see here, these are all tables, D345D, TL, AB, ID, Act, everything is a table here. So how frequently and how efficiently you are hitting the database table and getting back for the database table with using your SQL statements, everything will be calculated here. And you can turn the trace for a certain user, not only for my current user, that user is editable. I can trace any program of any user, be it a transaction, program, or anything can be traced out. So we'll come back with ST12, and here ST05, there are some differences where ST05 can be used with different users and can be manually turned off. If you see here the trace for the ST05 transaction, I'll come back here, deactivate trace with active trace with filters, display trace, everything should be done manually. And ST12, no need of doing it manually. And I believe some later that latest part is ST05 and but not ST12. So checking with ST05 should be good. And also I will show you a couple of transactions now. So that are quite better. They are combined and merged with ST05 and ST12. Some other transactions, they have merged it. It's like you need to run, earlier we used to run some 5 or 6 transaction codes to understand better. And now with the 7.4 version, we have 1 or 2 transactions where it will consolidately show all the traces. Yeah. So do you have any idea on authorizations generally? So authorizations are generally, it mean whenever I want to restrict couple of users, I don't want this program to be run for a couple of users because they don't need it. For example, a HR payroll program, it is meant for all employees. No, right? It is not meant for all employees to run or check. If it is given, then everybody every day will get salary. So to avoid such kind of issues, there are some authorizations should be provided in any programming language. In any programming language, we will have that. So if you see here, /n SU01, is the user. Here, this is the role here for this person, for this relevant person. FLP admin, user, developer are the roles. And these are the profiles here. Okay. So basis, SAP basis, maybe probably Berlin is the SAP person, basis person, where he will define ZFLP admin. Because I am the trainer, so I will have admin rights. Probably you all might not have this admin rights. So he will try to define which authorizations are required, which authorizations are not required. Yeah, probably you can, maybe after some time, you can also log into your systems and check the transaction code called SU01 and understand what are all your roles and responsibilities. Yeah, as I said, so corresponding authorizations tools are only available for one user, if and only if they are having authorizations. Yeah, and in the real time, sometimes we might not also have authorizations for ST22 to check the dump analysis, like dump analysis and all. We will not have authorizations for that as well. So everything can be restricted with the help of SAP basis, but he will also log into SU01 transaction and he will try to go to the same transaction code. And also, if you are trying to log into this system, be it any system, if you are trying to log in, it will SAP will allow for maximum 3 wrong passwords, and if it is exceeded, admin team, generally admin team or SAP basis team, will try to log or unlock. See here, log or unlock this user. And I can delete this user also. So that user is will not be able to access this system. This is all about authorization checks, like how SAP basis people will try to control the reports or control couple of transactions and all can be achieved with the help of SAP basis roles and profiles. I have seen the assessment form for this enhancements also. There are a lot of answers for this enhancements. So can somebody tell me what is enhancements and all? Anybody? You have given your answer. Please tell me what is enhancements?
It is editing or modifying the program according to the business requirement, existing program or standard program according to business requirement.
Adding the own functionalities.
Sorry, what was adding?
Own functionalities.
Okay. Yeah. So why is the enhancement required here? Why can't we directly do our changes in the program? Because SAP has done lot of analysis in the market, in the real-time market, say manufacturing like Coca-Cola, e-commerce like Flipkart, every industry they used to analyze how common a business can run. Since it is established in 1972, from that point of time, SAP has been investigating and analyzing how a simple business will run. Then they have found some common principles, some common rules every company can follow. And later, to show some versatility, different companies will follow different strategies to improve their business. Correct? So what SAP has done is, SAP has done they developed all the GUI screens or anything keeping this common point in the brain, and they did almost all the transactions, like grid display, for example. They later understood that the Excel sheets, sorting, subtotals can be given, that kind of thing. For example, material management. Generally, for any material logistics company, material should be moved from one logistics to from one plant to another plant, from Delhi to Kanyakumari, let's say. So these kind of logistics are common. Irrespective of that, different companies, say for example, currently we are having some 10 grocery stores which will deliver our ordered items in 10 minutes. So these items will not come from Delhi, right? It will be nearby us itself in the nearest store. That is how they are able to deliver us within 10 minutes. And say for Amazon, they don't want to put it in beside our house or in the same locality. So that is why they probably take some 1 or 2 days to deliver. So it is completely common. The common is delivery. The versatility is the time here. So SAP has tried to find the common points here, and they try to give us the code, and they try to implement. They asked every company to implement SAP based upon this common points itself. And later, a developer will understand the difference and will try to find the right place so that he can add the company's customized principles, for example. So a developer like us will check this enhancement spot for any program. SAP has given almost all the chances to enhance our code, except a couple of places where SAP felt that this is a crucial core, and if any developer doesn't use properly, so complete ERP of the client will be gone. So at that places, SAP has not given edit rights for the enhancements. So that is why we have enhancements here. There are different enhancements here. We have enhancement spots, we have baddies, we used to have customer exits, we used to have user exits. As a background, a little background, currently they are outdated, but I will try to give why and for what purpose they are used. Like customer exit and user exit. Whenever user a company have some requirement of changing some include programs or some function modules, that point of time we used to use customer exits or user exits. Say we also have options of creating one more or three or multiple menu buttons here. Say icon I can give here, and inside that I can also customize my own options here. Currently it is outdated, changing from the menu buttons and all, but if it's still required, we have to check the user exits or customer exits which are outdated currently. Is that clear? That point is clear, right? So like I said, we will also have some access keys to change the standard code of SAP. But we can also get the access key from SAP basis, like for our laptop, for our Microsoft Windows, we will have some product key, right? A unique product key. Without that, we will get a banner here saying it is outdated. Similar way, we will whenever SAP is installed in your system, it will also have a unique key, access key. With that access key, we can also change complete standard code, but that is not suggestible because SAP has given enhancements to make changes. And why do you want an access key again? If you do access key, if you are given with access key, there are chances you might mess up with the complete system. If there are dependencies with your changes, with say 1 or 5 or 10 programs, transactions, so everything will be dumped. There will be a huge financial loss for the client. So that is why we are given with enhancements rather than taking with the help of access key. In Spot, the name says Spot. You will be given with a specific place where you can only make changes. You are not allowed. It's not a free hand to change the code everywhere at all the places. There is a spot, but that right at our spots itself we can make our changes. Okay, so the creating enhancement spots. How do you create an enhancement spot here? For example, if you see this transaction code is what? This transaction code is SCIT itself, where he has chosen package. Okay, anything can be chosen here, and here with the create operation we can go for the enhancement spots. You see the reuse able grid display, this is not allowed to make any changes. If you are finding some problems with the grid display, and if you are not seeing any chance of enhancing that, then you have to raise a ticket to SAP. Okay, so how do you raise a ticket? It depends upon the company. There are a lot of ways to reach. So if you see, person responsible is SAP itself, and last change is 2018. And how do you raise a ticket here? To which component? SLIS is the package here. You double click on that. Okay. See, this is the component. Whenever you are facing some issues with respect to this package of SLIS, there might be different package as well. See? So you have to capture this BC, SRB, ALB is the component, so that you are approaching to the right person in SAP. Understood, right? This application component is the only one which helps to reach to the respective developer. I hope it is clear. There are a lot of internal tools to raise the incident, customer message. So from customer, let's say the silicon has some issues with the grid display function model. So how do they do? They can reach to this component itself. I hope it is clear.
We have to click on the package, right?
No, package is also not required. I think that is. So enhancements part for the respective package, I was checking with the program. So enhancement spot is the right place here for the respective package here. What I try to do is test spot enhancement spot. Here you are aware of baddies, is it? So this is how probably it looks like you are aware of how to create an enhancement spot as well. Like from the package, if you go to enhancement and enhancement spot, so that is how enhancement spot is created. Like we did enhancement spot definition name and enhancement spot also description also we have given for that, so that we can use them. Yes. So if you see here, and it making some changes in the enhancement spot, like as you said, the package should be expanded, package based upon the package, based upon the package given. So we can make the changes to the enhancements there. Yeah, but I am not seeing the details here. It must be some definitions. So do you have any idea how many types of baddies do we have? Or else at least, do you have any idea what is a filter baddie here? And any transaction code for the baddie?
Body implementation SC19.
I think I need to save it. So for example, if I try to see Z star, give me a second, I'll just come back. Okay. So there is something called as filter. Able to hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So there is something called as filter body, which I wanted to tell you. Filter body, you have to see the options here. Implementation. Default, what is that? Filter body we have. So filter body is nothing but we can also have some input parameters and exporting parameters for the body. For example, you are working with SAP HR module. You are working with a SAP HR module. Not all baddies will be having, see, do not reuse baddie instance. They are asking us not to reuse this. But generally, you'll also see an option here with a filter baddie. A filter baddie is nothing but, for example, if you're asked, you are working with the SAP HR module, and there you are asked to do some developer changes for the payroll. The same format, same logics are perfectly will be there, but for India and for US, there are some slight tax changes are there. Instead of creating two different baddies for the same payroll, what SAP has given is there is a filter baddie here. So a filter baddie is nothing but, as I said, it will take if the option US is given, that respective baddie's code will be triggered. If not, respective Indian the payroll code will be triggered. We'll come back with this interfaces as an interface and all, maybe from tomorrow's morning class or evening class. You have any idea with these OOPS concepts? That's I know. Activate this. So here, right? Edit, enhancement operations, and show implicit enhancements. See here, if you see this single double quotes, wherever you see double quotes, there SAP has allowed us to change it. So currently, if SAP is considering this program, of course, this is our program, customized. So SAP currently it is, if it is a standard program, SAP is allowing us at a couple of places to change. Say here, maybe if you while declaring, and at the end, it is not allowing you to change this core logic, and it's not allowing you to change select queries as well. If you want to make a different select query, or if you want to have some changes, you can have at this double quote place itself. Say I need to have Mara table as the option here. Must have create option here. So with this create option, it is actually disabled out. and I don't want to take a standard program, because if since we are working with enhancement options, and if I am taking a standard report, that will actually create a mess and it will completely hamper the system itself. So that is why we are not seeing a standard program here. But usually create enhancement operations, and if you click on create option here, and you have to do some, earlier we created some Z-test enhancement spot name, right? So that name should be given here at the place of create option. And we can make, maybe you can add your Mara table here, and maybe you can add your core logic here. Is it making sense now?
Yes.
So deleting enhancements, it's not a big deal. You choose your baddie here and you straight away delete here. But now there is some developer question here. What all should we take care of while deleting an enhancement spot? Any enhancement? Why even now I'm trying to, I want to delete a baddie, for example. Now, what all should I check before deleting a baddie? Guys, any just a wild guess is also fine.
Which all places it will be hampering?
Nice, that's right. So wherever it is used, so we need to go and we need to delete it. If not, it will go for the syntax check and dumps. Correct. And by the way, I also want to tell you, you are aware of various list? Are you aware of a term called various list?
Yes, kind of.
Okay. For example, this function module we have. I want to know what at what different places this function module is being called. Now, this is a simple one here. Where is the list? Control Shift F. As the days goes on, you have to remember. It is recommended to remember the shortkeys. So, Control F3. I am asking the program to check this function module either in programs, classes, some web demo applications. What I try to do, I try to choose everything. See here, these are all the programs, display ALU and background. Let's say here, this program, some standard program, some class ACG or something like that, they are also using grid display. Now, by any chance in future, if you are not sure what parameters are used that need to be sent to any different function module, grid display is a common function module. But if you are seeing a different function module for the first time and you're not sure what parameters that need to be passed and you're not able to understand, and probably the documentation is also not that good from SAP, then you do a various list. Probably you will get an idea. Either clear now?
Yes.
What about the rest? Are you good with that?
Yes.
Now you are. Okay. I have one, since you will be getting a system access now, by any chance, if you have some time, I want to give one assignment. Just thought about that some time back. If it is possible, you please try to do. That is optional. But doing the lab activities from the dashboard is mandatory to make you yourself understand. Okay. Now the requirement for There is zoom here. Zoom, where is that? A report, maybe from Mara and Marcy. Select query. About tables. Create radio buttons saying grid and download to Excel. That's all. You understood right now? Is that the record is clear, is it? There is something called as enhancement points and enhancement sections. There are two different points of enhancement points, or there are different types of enhancement spots. One is enhancement point and one is enhancement section here. Say I will try to find some standard report. That is an example. I don't remember any program. Maybe some authorization issues or not sure what it is. See, this is some standard program defined for some purpose. Now what I try to do, I click on this double quotes. Here if you see, there is a chance of doing that. So now here what I try to do, modify enhancement operations. And here, choose a type for the enhancement. This is used in some oil and gas module. And here, you can create your enhancement implementations. I will not show, but you have seen the screen right earlier, like we test some enhancement spot. Using that, once you click on enter, and save it, from there, from that point of time, you can make your code changes. Probably after 33, you can make change, and also at line number 2, you can make changes for this respective function module. Now a quick question, what happens if I try to use access key and edit this report? Now, since I'm an admin, I have foreign key namespace and I can change it. I can change and I can also request for access key and all. But why is it not supposed to take help of access key? Guys, why silence? Question is clear, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Why are we not allowed to change any program using access key? Why do we have enhancements? This question is for everybody. I have also told some time back before starting the enhancements. Okay.
We have enhancements because we directly cannot make changes to the standard standard programs, since a lot of other businesses also follow the same standard programs, right? And you cannot directly change the entire program for one business requirement. That's the reason we have enhancements.
Nice. That's really nice. That is the answer. Yeah, we cannot. There are dependencies for that respective standard code. In order to prevent the hamper and dependencies of dumping, so we will try to create enhancements. Now, one question is, it's a general question. Okay, this question is for everybody. Now, I made some changes here. Say, what is this? There is some change here at line number 31. I try to put some changes, saying sort. There is some sort statement right here for LTE, KVE, and I also did some other activities. And I reduced the transport. Everything is good. Now, customer wants to upgrade this system to a higher version. Now, a customer wants to upgrade to a higher version. He can simply move all his code changes from this system to that system. Now, the question is, what will happen? What will happen to the enhancements? Is it move or not? Okay. SAP, whenever there is an enhancement, whenever there is a custom code in your standard program, and you are migrating from one version to another version, the custom code will not be moved. The custom code will not be moved. Because already this function module will already be there in the targets in the higher version. It may be some latest changes and all. SAP will be giving this function module changes in the target system. SAP is not aware of your custom changes for your current company or client. So since
do we have to, like, in case we need those changes again, so do we have to make those same changes in the another system where the data is moved? I mean, the system is moved.
No need of making the changes again. No need of making the changes again. The transaction code is this one. Okay, there is some issue with this transaction, but okay, it is coming. So here, whenever if you are finding some issues, for example, currently we have some example, right? How do you move from one system to another system? Now what I try to do, I try to execute this. Here, already your body changes will be there in one transport, correct?
Yes.
So imagine this is not S4, this is your target system. SAP basis people will be giving some connections, links to S4H and S4EA. Now you use that transport here, source request, and you do enter. That's all. The changes from that system to this system will be coming up. But this is a manual activity that need to be done.
You mean the TR, right?
Yeah, transport, yes, TR.
Okay.
And also one more change now, one more topic that should be discussed. Here, SAP note number. Now, any idea what is this SAP note? For our current phones, whatever it is, Android or Apple, we used to get some download updates, right? For every frequently security patches some OS version changes and all. We get based upon the current situations, current trends to keep our phone secure. For example, there will be a security patch every maybe 3 to 4 months in most of the phones. Because you develop by users like us, mobile users, will be reaching to that somehow. Will try to reach. They'll try to get. Company will get to know all the user issues. Say contact is not working. Say some application is not working. Whenever this is done, that is application is slow. Some activities will get to know. They will understand that, and they will try to fix them in the next version. So that, for example, Android 10, 11 will get fixes. Yes. So latest versions, whoever buy the phone, they will already automatically will have. Whoever has already bought the mobile, they need to implement. They need to install this update. The same way, for example, in reuse grid display, for your version, for some reason, grid display is not working properly. Sort is working, but making subtotals is not working properly. By calculation mistake or some reason, it is not working properly. I told you, right, a component, how to reach SAP to let them know that there is some problem with this respective function module, and they will give you a note number. SAP note, say some 67339, it gives some suggestion, mission critical support, okay. See, this is how I do. So here you can reach SAP with contact and 6733, not that one. Say for example 80183 is the SAP node which you want to implement, and that's, for example, this is also matching with my example. Say condition round off is not happening properly, and now you understand 80183 node used to be implemented. Now here at SAP node 080183, we have to give. Some configuration issues are there for this transaction, for this system, but normally what happens, you try to give SAP node here and you click on this, you will be able to see changes. This implementing a SAP node is not our job. We can only give SAP node member to SAP basis. They can only install this. System related changes we are not going to do. Let me know if it is not clear. I will explain it again. Okay. And I was telling you, right, there will be some while making some changes regarding enhancements, there will be something called the enhancements points and enhancement sections. Some section is not there here, but can you please make a note of it and try to understand what's the difference between enhancement point and enhancement section. Yeah, please try to make a note of that and try to understand what is the difference between enhancement point and enhancement section.
Actually, are these PPTs all like already been shared on that LMS or like?
It is already there in the course content. It will be there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And along with that, discussion board you also have. You can also raise questions. Discussion board and some materials also will be there. You can explore these tabs. Probably you will be getting an idea of that.
Okay, sure.
And for tomorrow morning, I will discuss about some there is some topic, not course content you will see in materials. So this is our course content, whichever I need to discuss, and the enhancements, baddies and all. But unit testing with ABAP unit is the one topic that we need to discuss, but that will be based upon classes. So what I try to do is I will start these classes after starting OOPS concept. So from tomorrow, we'll directly jump to introduction to OOPS concepts and so on. And in between, once we have some idea with OOPS concepts, then I'll try to show how ABAP unit testing is required, how ABAP unit testing is done.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, before that, if you have some time, please try to understand OOPS principles of SAP. There are slight changes with OOPS principles of Java and SAP. Please don't compare them. There are some limitations with SAP anyway. Yeah, and later apart from that, I want to start this OOPS concept freshly. So tomorrow we have some time, and I also wanted to give some experiences that I am aware of. There are different types of projects exist in the market. Say implementation project, say support project, say migration project, say automation project. Yeah, are you guys aware of this kind of projects? Okay. Say implementation, the name itself says that a new company, for example, Byju's is the new company. They have come into the market and they want to install a ERP.
Actually, I know about implementation and support, those kind of projects, but automation, yeah.
Rest, if everybody else is also aware of implementation and support, then I will straight away jump to automation and migration. I actually hear since 2 days I am hearing 1 or 2 voices. That's all. I will be more happy to hear all the voices.
Yeah, we know about implementation and support project, but not about.
Nice. So as I said some time back, migration project. For example, there are 2 different types of systems, SAP systems. One is ECC, one is S4 systems. Okay. So currently, let's say Coca-Cola company, they are well established since our childhood, before the childhood itself, they are in the market. Now they have taken the best ERP at that point of time, say ECC. Now SAP has come up with S4. SAP will recommend every customer to migrate to S4 system, but they don't want to make complete development again because it's already there. For development, there are the implementation, there are some charges will be charged, right? But for migration, maybe some slighter less charges will be applied because it's already implemented. You have to move that one. But if there is no productive changes, if there is no productive or security changes are there in S4, no customer will take S4. They have to see some changes, correct? So for that reason, they will migrate from, say, some 5.5 ECC 5 version from SAP ECC version to S4 version. They will try to migrate. Nothing but to handle their cool drinks, to handle their salaries, to handle their people, everything. They already have some code in some 90s, 96, they have some code in SAP ECC. With some tools, they can migrate from SAP ECC to S4, but there might be some on and off, like function modules will not be there in S4 system. There might be some new changes. These changes are expected here, right? So if you are moving to newer version, changes are expected. So such kind of changes, such kind of code changes, performance changes, security changes, are expected. That's why client is moving to higher version. So being a developer, we will not completely scratch, talk to functional people and try to understand the requirement and try to do from scratch. Not that case. The case is you will see, compare the code of SAP ECC, and you will also try to see which function module is the best as part of your latest version. You have to remove, you have to add, you have to try to understand plus or minus that need to be done in the latest version from ECC. So that report, let's say example, should perform well and should work and perform well when compared with ECC. This is migration. And now the automation is, currently we see automations everywhere. Automations are nothing but, for example, SAP basis, creation of RFC, we try to go SM59 and we try to create it, correct? And now the automation is, SAP basis is having a requirement where with a one click, say create RFC, they need to create a RFC in the RFC DES, I mean somehow SM59 RFC DES table. So this kind of automations are required, and you will have the respective code and everything from SM59 itself. From SM59, for example, if you try to go here, /MS59, you need to understand the code behind this. Right? So for example, what I try to do, I'm creating a RFC here, destination say test, and say third RFC. Behind this, there will be some function modules, there will be some code, right, to create a RFC. Now I need to debug, I need to check, and I need to copy them, and I need to put it in a place where with one single button, an RFC should be created without coming to this screen. That point is clear?
Yes.
Now, what I didn't show the way how we debug. We went for the breakpoint, external breakpoints and all that. The other way is system status. The background program for SM59 is C. Is the program name. For every point, every transaction and everything, there is some module pool and there is some report. See, this is the report. This is module pool program. Okay. So what is happening is, so that will be triggered. You can put a breakpoint there. If not, generally we try to go with /h. Debugging is switched on. Whenever you are not sure where exactly you need to put a breakpoint, then I have expanded this. Then automatically, whenever you make an action, standard code will be triggered. See ALV tree. I don't want the ALV tree. I want to see the button here. Say not here. Say /h and create a function. If you see here F6, I try to do F6. You try to understand how get inside this get event parameter, and for example, you give some test. You try to do some 3 member. Say for example test, and for example I gave all the details. Here, right, my RFC, this screen is still test is not saved, so I can still put a breakpoint here. I did a /h and I try to save it. Again, I try to debug how the code works. Call ABAP, call stack. Try to come outside. Not sure what is this. So this is also not required, I guess. So I need to understand and debug each and every place, get parameter. With the names itself, I'm trying to have first some basic idea. Destination saved. So we have to get inside and we have to debug them, and we need to extract that respective code for while saving this RFC. So that is automation. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, fine. I think that's all for the today's class. From tomorrow, we will start OOPS concepts. And if you have some time, please try to check the assignments and the questions that I asked you to get some knowledge on. Any questions do you have? Any questions for anybody?
Actually, once the first part for debugging RFC, when we open that program which you mentioned, so there it showed like module program, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you show how to debug that module pool once, just like open it and show normally, or is it like a basic how report we debug that way?
It's normal. Everything is debugging is same everywhere. So what I try to do. So here global data and function modules I try to go. Here prepare RFC check destination, modify ARFC, prepare read. I will try to understand how RFC is working. So what I try to do here on the include programs, I cannot put a breakpoint. And in the top also I cannot put a breakpoint. So for example, you put a breakpoint here. I put a breakpoint here, right? And again, you try to run. You try to put breakpoints at the relevant places. Relevant places you try to put. I'm not sure whether that will trigger the breakpoint here or not. And now you try to execute the action, whatever you want to make, and you try to create it. If it is creating, then that's fine. If it is triggering the breakpoint, then that's fine. If not, you have to make changes of your places again. So it's normal, completely normal with the module pool, or it is normal itself. But the problem here is you have to drill down and understand how it is behaving. Maybe in the construct and all, you have to understand how.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the service binding class in OData Service implementation? Option A, to define the database schema. Option B, to implement OData Service operations. Option C, to manage authorization. Option D, to establish the connection with the front end. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View? Our course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View. Think of it as your toolkit for handling data efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques, all crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and address any queries. And our students, they rave about the course. You'll find it incredibly valuable, just like others have. Best of all, it's budget-friendly. Learning this vital skill won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View skills? Enroll now. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details.
How do we find a baddie for any irrespective of any program that you have to change? For example, you are asked to change, add some checkbox in the standard transaction for a transaction code called XK01, and first you need to find the baddie, right, to implement that. How do you do is the concept here. So I will log into my system now. So this is for tactics for finding the appropriate baddie. There are around 5 ways to find a baddie for a transaction. But usually the most popular one is exit handler. Any idea on this? this class? Okay, I assume having a, okay. So there are a lot of different ways to find them. So as I said, the popular one is a CL exit handler. So I will try to log into that class now. C24 is that transaction. So here get instance is the method. Here you try to put a breakpoint. You execute that, you don't worry about the breakpoint, you just put a breakpoint, that's all. Close this, if it is open. Now there is one transaction code, K01 transaction, you are not authorized, ML01, not authorized, SC01. ML01. I need to have one transaction where it works. Looks like I have authorization for PA40 transaction. PA40 transaction is for some HR related stuff. So here, for any transaction you run, you put a breakpoint and any transaction you run. So automatically, definitely it has to pass through this and do its activities. So what I try to do, I execute this and it will give me the necessary exit name here. So this is my exit name for a transaction code called PA40. Let me see if it comes in the code. Yeah. PA40 we have executed and it has come, it has given the exit name to you. Now what I try to do, SC90 is a transaction for the value. Immediately you need to remove the breakpoint again as soon as you have found exit. If not, it will trigger again and again. So what I try to do, it triggered the breakpoint, right? So I have clicked on the breakpoint so that it will be deleted, and I did Control yes, nothing but save. So it will save whether if it is deleted or saved, created. I can also create a breakpoint here from this screen and see breakpoint set. And if I do Control yes from my keyboard, it can also be transformed to session breakpoints. No need to go to that program and put your breakpoint. That's not also the case. There is also an option for flexibility that I can also straight away put a breakpoint here and I can also save it if it is required. Now, if I want to go to this class in a new window, I can click on this one, program event. I will just click on this. You will get a message saying new window is opened. But of course, the breakpoint will trigger for that as well. You save this and I execute it. It will actually ideally open the same code in a new window. Yes, now one question, how do I, now I am at, I gave F6, I found the exit name. This is for some transaction, SC18, it worked because we have opened SC18. Now, how do I go to line number 14? Currently, I am at line number 28. Question is, how do I, currently I am at 28 line number. How do I go to line number 14?
F6.
F6 is for next step. I want to go line number 14. If I do F6, F8 it will come out of the program. See if I press
F7.
Okay. F7 is bigger. It will come out of this one. I want to go up. Currently I am here. Currently my processor is here. If I'm not wrong, yesterday we have discussed this. Nobody is taking any notes on this. You have to take a running notes based upon whatever you feel it is new to you. You have to take notes on that. You click on this line number 14. You click on this one, go to statement. Straight away you will go to the statement. So currently I found my body name. So I have exited from this transaction. I'll do cancel again. Come exit from this application as well. The transaction is C18 is the transaction. For whatever the body you have found for some transaction, if you see, so this is the definition, and here you can also try to implement. Maybe you can also, for the same PA40 transaction code, where employee details are created using the PA40 transaction. So for that respective thing, see, time logic in PA, personal administration we call it. PA is nothing but personal administration. Using PA40, we can create an employee number, unique ID, along with his details, his salary details, his vacation details, everything can be recorded. So for that, for that respective transaction, so this is designed. This body is designed, same subscreens. So you might not see subscreens in every exit that you have found. So subscreens, yeah, of course, interface. For example, you have a requirement of in PA40 transaction, we have some requirement of with dates. You have some change. You have some requirements with with some dates. Say you need to compare the validity. Then what you try to do, you go to this interface. See, there is some code right here. There some parameters are there, and some methods are there. You get inside this method. We'll anyway go to this method OOPS concepts from today itself. But if you put a breakpoint here in this interface, that is all it's required. Again, from that, based upon this method, in this method you can change your code. So to work with validity of dates and etc. If you have that requirement, you can change it in this method. Say you have some changes that need to be done regarding payroll data, you can implement your changes in this method. Is that clear by any chance?
Yes.
The rest? If you are not sure, I can explain it to you again. But please respond for the rest. Is it okay or not?
Okay.
Okay. So if you want to understand more about this time and all, the interface and all, you please try to reach the documentation first. Say interface documentation we have here. Most probably it will be there. Yeah, currently it is not there. So what you try to do, you copy this interface. In Google we might have. So you try to understand what that interface is meant for. So you try to understand all this interfaces, and you try to understand what is that meant for. So that is how you can start implementing your enhancements. And so the same way. And are you aware of SPR transaction code?
No.
No.
Explain that. So SPRO, for example, currently we are using the latest system. Currently, as I have shown you recently, we are using, for example, a system with how do I see? Here I can see. See, for example, SAP ABAP 1.5, and PI is also one module with 7.4. With CRM is one module with 206. HR is one module with 608 versions. Now, as I told you yesterday, SAP, since it's from 1972, it has did some analysis in most of the, be it manufacturing, sales companies, HR companies, any company it is to try to analyze, it try to find the common steps that between them, right? I told you this. Now, SAP has also given some chance for customizing them. Simple example is, Bisilcon's employee ID, say, let's assume it starts with letter B. Some other companies, the employee ID starts with letter C. Here, employee creation is common. So we can log into BA40 and we can create an employee ID. That is not a problem here. Now, Bisilcon has a special requirement asking it should start with B itself, not with any other letter. So there's a customization is here, correct? For such kind of customizations, we will use SPRO. SPRO is the transaction, which is completely a hard transaction code for all your activities. For example, there is one scenario in the real time. There are two different systems with same configurations, with the same system status. If you try to go, everything, CRM version is same, HR version is same, MDG version is same, everything is same, but a transaction code, one transaction code is not working same in both two systems. You got my point, right? The same transaction code is not working same when compared in two different systems. Ideally, it should work same, right? If it is the same version. Now, because even in our mobile phones, if two phones, maybe let's say if it is an iPhone 13, both are two different versions, then we can expect some changes, let's say some defects or some bug defect changes we can see. There are chances. But if they both are same, lying in same configuration, then it is not supposed to show any differences. Say, for example, see, even though it is same configuration with two different mobiles, one mobile is giving some different ringtone, another phone is giving iPhone ringtone. Now, that is your customization. That you don't want a particular ringtone, you want another ringtone. That is your customization. The same way, SPRO is a place where every changes how to behave. The behavioral system can be controlled using this SPRO transaction. For example, SAP reference ING, we can go. See SAP customizing implementation guide, and later you will see all SAP modules here. Whatever you install in the system, in our S4HANA system, you can get the customizations of that transaction. So of that module as well. Say, event management is one module, financial accounting is one module, controlling, planning, investment management, logistics. So, for example, material management, how to handle the materials in this current system. There are the configurations. Now a simple question, who will do this SPRO settings? Either us, is it a developer or a functional person?
Functional.
Functional.
Yes. So we are under development. So we don't do, but it's better to have an idea about these changes, SPRO as well. So here, if I'm trying to go to material management, say I'm going to purchasing, somehow I want to change, I want to make some customizations in purchasing, say for example procurement analysis, and say for example set up analytical currencies. If I try to execute that, see reporting currency is USD currently, that's all. And if I want to add some other currency, say INR, or else say I will try to see INR. Yeah, INR, Indian rupees also there. So I can customize that. Also I can remove it. I can, this system, I know the system will work only in India. So USD is not required for me. So I can make it as IND for INR. Right. So that kind of customization, it is possible. For example, let me see some contracts, purchasing orders, purchasing requisitions, and processing time. So I'm taking some random one. See, this is planned, some name, and some purchasing procurement time in days. For this 1000 planned, and this is in US, it is customized that it will take some 3 days. Rest of them are ignored, but 1000 and 1010 plans are customized with 3 participated in timing days. Now, one simple question. I hope it is understood. Now, SPRO, I think you have some knowledge on that. Now, one simple question is, what is a plant?
Plant is where the actual product is been, the actual product making process is followed.
Okay.
This is the plant number, I think.
Yeah, this is the plant number exactly. So this plant number, so for example, 007 manufacturing company, a plant 6B, some it is in Canada and it is plant 2. For this, this is C103, this is Ford. So plant, as you said, a plant is nothing but a place where a thing can be manufactured for a company. There can be different multiple plants for a company as well. So did you get any chance to go over to the OOPS concepts? And okay, I assume it is no. And by any chance, did you go through the assignment that I have given? Have you guys by any chance you have started the downloading to Excel sheet or integrated display?
Yes, I had started a bit yesterday.
Started, okay. It's not completed, right?
No.
Correct.
So what was that? Somebody? Okay, I assume no. What I request is you please maintain. Anyway, these sessions are recorded, but going through all this 1.5 hour session, if it is whenever you want to have some recap, it is quite difficult. Please maintain a running notes where you are some key points, some bullet points. That's all. Some SPRO, you just write down that SPRO is for customizing. That's all. Shift F12, go to the previous statement in debugger. That's all. So that will be really helpful for you. And that will be this notes is required for some certain point of time until your hands get dirty. Later, this running notes is not required for you. So SAP ABAP objects we are looking at now. So as we see, all the images and all are having some copyrights. So here, so first, this is the agenda, like evaluation of ABAP, how procedural programming and object-oriented programming is evolved. So the procedural programming model is that we have discussed since these 2 days, nothing but function modules, for example. How do you call a function module from pattern, button, and call function, that one, everything comes under procedural programming model. And later, we also have object-oriented programming model. And along with that, we also have there are different topics, so which we will discuss. And before starting this evaluation of ABAP, I also want to say how a requirement is gathered. For example, Flipkart wants to implement SAP in their systems. Now, as you maybe, if you are aware from your academics, there is a requirement. There are different models that we follow to gather a requirement. Do you guys have any idea on that? Something like waterfall model, spiral model? No idea, is it? From your academics, you must have heard about that.
This is SDLC's the waterfall model, like the requirements design development, that one.
That one, yes, exactly.
Oh.
REST, anybody? REST, what about the REST? Okay, so there are a couple of models, guys, whoever is not aware. There are a couple of models to gather a requirement. For example, yesterday, I gave you an assignment where you need to fetch entries from Mara and Marcy, and I asked you to show it in grid display and also it in Excel sheet. So that is the requirement. But for that requirement, there will be a lot of procedures before reaching a developer. Before reaching a developer, there will be a lot of discussions with that. Maybe with on-site coordinator where this on-site coordinator sits in the client location. Let's say it's Flipkart. And from there, he will try to understand all the requirements whenever there is a scope of ABAP or SAP. So this coordinator will have good knowledge in between different modules, he can also suggest that this is also possible from this end, this is not possible from that end. So that kind of input, that kind of suggestions he has to give. And later, so one person from Flipkart says that I need the entries of Mara and Marcy. He is not aware of Mara and Marcy. He will just say, I need entries from material records whenever I run a MM01 transaction. So ideally MM01 transaction, if you run, the entries that will be saved in MARE and MARC. So since he is not aware, since the client is not aware, our on-site coordinator will explain. Okay, from MM01 you want these details in a grid display whenever you want to, whenever you execute. Then the on-site coordinator will understand that, okay, client is talking about MAR and MARC table. So he will prepare a document saying, so he gave background saying MM01 if he runs, so he wants to see the details whenever he runs. And there is a provision to download this into an Excel sheet. And like yesterday somebody asked, not all fields are required, I need so and so fields, some 10 fields. This is the requirement. Now I will prepare a document called function specification, which is perspective from functional. Yeah, since I am a functional person, I am also aware of Mara and Marcy, but I will not be aware of grid display, downloading into an Excel sheet, etc. So I will tell you, so let's say if I am a functional person, I will prepare in a document asking, this is the details I required, but whenever he downloads, whenever he see it in a display, he wants to have it in a nice UI, and he also want to have some predefined subtotals, sorting, ascending, and all. So this will be told to a technical expert, like who was like a developer, but who is more experienced. So this technical person will understand, okay, the function person is talking about ALU grid display, because the ALU grid display has this power. We can use 2 different radio buttons instead of checkboxes. Because if we give checkboxes, he will show it, we will show it in the screen, GUI screen, and also that will be downloaded, correct? So I don't need that. So customer is not looking for that. So he wants to have 2 radio buttons. So I will prepare a technical specification again, asking to make easier to understand to you developers. Here what I try to do, I will ask you to hit the entries from Mara and Marcy. These are the fields, and I will ask you to use grid display for that, and I'll ask you to use 2 ray buttons here. So far it's clear? Okay, so this is the process for taking one requirement. So one report requirement, this is the process. Now to complete this, there will be a lot of iterations. Say we also have some waterfall model. You can also Google it if you want to understand waterfall model. And there is also something called as agile methodology. Probably you are aware of that as well, I guess. So agile is nothing but, waterfall is nothing but, for example, it's like from a waterfall, water will from the top, it will come down directly, correct? And whenever there is a change required in between, there will be no possibility. For example, if you want to choose, if you have any doubts or clarifications in your requirement, that will not be possible again. You have to wait some certain point of time to make yourself clear. But in agile methodology, it's like repairing. Until you are clear, you get your requirement, you talk to developer, are there any doubts? Get back again to the functional person. Is it clear? Again, you reach back to the developer. So there will be 2 and 4 movements here. There will be testing involved. Before you release the object, there will be testing involved. Everything will be 2 and 4, there will be involvement. Okay, there are 2 different types of methods that we follow in the real time. Yeah. So regarding this slide now, evaluation of ABAP. So mostly ABAP was actually meant for reporting. So we are actually good at reporting tools, so that whenever a executive who can run ABAP reports, maybe him from his tablet or his from laptop, and he wants to see and compare what is his growth in 2020 and 2022. What are the improvements? What are all items he is able to sell it out, and what is his improvements needed. So this kind of reportings can help him in improving his business. So we are really strong in that. So as I told you, ABAP is influenced more with C, COBOL, Pascal. It's a mix of every, we have taken inspiration from all these languages and we have developed ABAP language. And later we understood the market that a lot of competitive programming models uses ABAP concepts. So we also needed to jump into OOPS concepts without touching or hampering our existing procedural languages. Therefore, ABAP will support both procedural programming, nothing but function module type, and also classes, nothing but SE24 and SE37. SE37 is for functional groups, and SE24 is for classes. Yeah. So this is some screenshot for how did we come with ABAP. Say there are a lot of languages that are involved here. Yes. So now can somebody tell me what is the problem with the function module? Any guess? There must be some reason why we have come from function modules to OOPS concepts, right? Any idea? Any wild guesses? It's okay if you are not sure. So what is a function pool? What is a function pool? Shruti, are you logged into the system now?
No. Should I log in?
Yeah, can you please do that now? And is it possible to share your screen now?
Sure, I'll log in and share the screen.
Okay. Anybody logged in currently?
Yes, I logged in.
Yeah, can you please share your screen? Okay, can you go to SE37? Go to say any function model, do you remember? So this is the function module, right? Yeah. Can you hover on the function module name, the left side? Functional, go hover on the reuse area, up, little up, little up, little up, little up. Okay, no problem. So can you go to menu bar, go to there, go to UC, right? Go to, I click on that, go to master program. Okay, yeah, click on the next one, line number 5, double click on that, line number 5. Not that, not there, LSLVC there, LSLVC. No, come back and do slash and SE37. Slash and SE37. Display. Go to attributes. Click on function group. Double click on function group. Again. Click on that. UXX. Same one now. Yes. Now, this is the way how we reach here. Now, Pratiksha has tried to open a grid display function module. Line number 6 function module. She has tried to open that. Whenever she is able to call that program function module, without her knowledge, she's actually calling the other 1, 2, 3, 6 to 7 module function modules. She is calling again. There will be chances of accessing to all these function modules, even though it is not required. I don't need layout function module. I don't need a commentary function module. All those I don't need. But if I'm calling a function module, respective function group will also be called. Nothing but all the respective other function modules, whatever it is there in that bucket, will also have chance of accessing that. Is it clear now?
Yes.
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 Thank you, Pratiksha. You can close the screen. Can share your screen. Thank you for your time. Okay, I will share my screen now. And along with that, to separate different logics and all, there is in the same given function module, if I want to have the separation of logic, you able to see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So by any chance, if I need to separate my code logic in the same function module, if I want to separate, that is not possible and all. And if you see master program, right? There is something called master program in a function module. So that master program will have all the declarations for all the function modules.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary benefit of using CDS views over traditional database views in SAP ABAP OO? Option A, improved performance. Option B, easier maintenance. Option C, tighter security. Option D, better integration with external systems. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View? Our course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, dive deep into SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View. Think of it as your toolkit for handling data efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques, all crafted by seasoned experts. Your instructors are industry pros, ready to guide you through every step and address any queries. And our students, they rave about the course. You'll find it incredibly valuable, just like others have. Best of all, it's budget-friendly. Learning this vital skill won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP ABAP OO, OData Services, and CDS View skills? Enroll now. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details.